Please welcome on stage your Master of Ceremonies, Tammy Nkadimeng. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you and a warm welcome to, of course, Day 2 of Mining Indaba 2023, where we have another day of premium level content here at the main stage featuring the best thought leadership in the industry. We do have other activities as well, so I'm going to just give you an overview of what will be taking place at Mining Indaba today. Firstly, we have the Sustainable Development Day on the roof terrace stage, which will include operators, investors, and community leaders. We also have the Green Metals Day on the expo stage, which will focus on this crucial and booming market supporting the just energy transition. This year, in keeping with our theme, Infratech is at Indaba on the auditorium stage, and it continues today because they were there yesterday, with a full day of insights and discussions on the role of technology, building sustainable supply chains, and ESG in mining infrastructure. We also have investor roundtables, country case studies, and special information sessions across the Western and Level 1 stages. These cater to all the different industry disciplines and selected African countries. So please do make sure that you check your app or event guide for further details. At this time, again, we'd like to acknowledge our main stage sponsors, of course, the African Development Bank, the African Legal Support Facility, and Connex. Thank you so much for your valued input and continued support. Just a few housekeeping rules. You're welcome to take videos and to share insights on social media. We request that you use the hashtag MI2023 or hashtag MiningIndaba. We will be having French-speaking guests on stage, so if you need a translation set, please ensure that you request a translation set on the sides of the auditorium. In case of an emergency, please proceed to your nearest exits and ensure that you have located your nearest exits. Now, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I now introduce our Minister of Mineral Resource and Energy for the Government of South Africa. Please help me warmly welcome on stage Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe. How are you?
Good morning, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, His Excellency President Tshisekedi, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, senior officials, captains of the industry who are here. You're all welcome here. Today we'll listen to the two presidents, but I'm going to call my president. My president, President Ramaphosa, is the President of the Republic of South Africa. He has won the second term in the ANC. He is now the President of the ANC and the President of the Republic. We're very proud of that. I can see no others don't want us to say that. He is the President of the ANC and the President of the Republic of South Africa. We love that. President, you are steering the country through a very difficult period, from COVID-19 to load shedding, everything difficult is in your presidency. So we're calling you to take the stage and talk to the Investing in African Mining Indaba 2023. President.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Ms. Nkadimeng, Your Excellency, President Felix Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, our sister country in the South African Development Community, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Minister Gwede Mantashe, who is also the national chairperson of the governing party, newly re-elected. He was standing here being boastful of having a president who is the president of the republic and president of the governing party. So I can too be boastful that I have a national chairperson who always tries to guide the meetings of the ANC and sometimes misguide them. Ministers and deputy ministers from both South Africa and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and indeed from other countries that are also represented at this conference. The chairman of the Investing in Africa Mining Indaba, Mr. Frans Baleni, representatives of industry and in fact leaders of industry, the mining industry and other related industries, leaders of labor, leaders of civil society, and various other organizations, academic and other related organizations or institutions that are here. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a wonderful pleasure for me to be back here at this forum. But today it's a particularly great pleasure for me to welcome my brother and friend, President Tshisekedi, who is gracing this conference for the very first time. The past few years he's been saying he will attend, but this time when I told him that there would be 9,000 people, that really grabbed his attention. He got so excited and he says, I'm coming. And he has come because of your great numbers attending this conference. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome him. The Investing in African Mining Indaba has become one of the most important platforms for the advancement and development of this vital industry, mining. Mining, as we all know, has been the bedrock of African economies for millennia, and it continues to play a vital role in the development, in the industrialization, and the growth of many economies across the continent. In the global drive towards sustainability, the mining sector has a particularly important role that it plays, requiring it to be responsible, to be agile, and to be innovative as well. And that is why I got pleased to hear that there are quite a number of academics who are also here, researchers who are here, and people who have been looking at various aspects of the mining industry, and they will be able to share their wisdom, their new ideas of how this industry can continue contributing to the growth of our economies. For South Africa, mining continues to be an essential part of our economy, as it has been from time immemorial, when copper and diamonds and later coal and then gold were discovered. The mining sector is an important contributor to the growth of our economy, but also to job creation and retention, accounting for close on to 500,000 direct jobs and close on to 1 million indirect jobs. There was a time in its heyday when the mining industry in our country employed close on to 1 million direct jobs and many more indirectly. Mining revenues enable government to provide services to the citizens of our country and drive a concerted program of economic reconstruction and recovery, particularly in the wake of COVID-19. As we have heard, mining production in South Africa last year reached a record high of 1.18 trillion rand, boosting our GDP, our exports and revenues. Despite this achievement, we are far from realizing the full potential of our mining industry. We are determined, however, to remove all impediments, everything that stands in the way, and create an environment that will drive sustained growth in mining. The fact that mineral production contracted by 9% per year on year in November 2022, largely due to electricity shortages and inefficiencies in our logistics. This is indicative of the challenges we need to confront, but also overcome. In addition to the energy crisis that we are going through now, and problems with our ports, our rail operations, the outlook for the year ahead has been dampened by the concerns about safety and security, incidents such as illegal mining, and the pace of our structural reform program. These are precisely the issues that government is working on. These are precisely the issues that are top of mind as government pulls out all stops to address these issues. We do so because we have a responsibility as government, but acting together with our other key players who are labor, who are business and communities, we do need to ensure that our mining industry is able to grow, to become more globally competitive, and to be a pioneer in the global drive towards sustainable development. To realize these objectives, there are a number of things that we obviously have to do. Firstly, we need to achieve a secure supply of electricity, because mining, as indeed many other industries, cannot function without electricity. Secondly, we need to accelerate economic reforms to improve the operating environment. Thirdly, we need to tackle illegal mining and damage to infrastructure, as well as other forms of criminality. And fourthly, we need to improve the regulatory environment that we have put in place. The electricity crisis on its own has had a huge impact on the mining industry, as it has had on other industries. 6 months ago, we announced a National Energy Action Plan to improve the performance of our existing power stations and to add new generation capacity to the grid as quickly as possible. Eskom, our electricity generation and transmission and distribution company, has assembled experienced technical teams to improve performance and to recover capacity at power stations, with an initial focus on the 6 least reliable stations. That work is underway right now, and I get continuous reports of precisely what progress is being made. Through a regional power pool agreement, we have already imported 300 megawatts of capacity from neighboring countries and are working to increase this by an additional 1,000. The successful renewable program is being strengthened and implemented. In the last 6 months, we have signed agreements for 25 projects representing 2,800 megawatts of new energy. Now, these projects will soon be proceeding to construction, and I have been to some of the construction sites, as I have been to our existing coal-fired power stations. We are facilitating investment in new generation capacity by private producers, by, amongst other things, removing the licensing threshold for embedded generation projects. Minister Mantashe, following intensive discussions, was able through his department to lift the threshold, and that has led to a great deal of activity in the generation side of the industry. Eskom is looking to purchase surplus power from companies with available generation capacity. The mining sector has been making significant moves itself towards generating its own electricity. And I'm told that there are a few companies that have already started doing so and are already demonstrating a great deal of success. According to the Minerals Council of South Africa, since the licensing threshold was lifted, approximately 89 embedded power generation projects have been developed with a focus on renewable solutions like solar, wind, and battery storage. Not only will these projects support mining operations themselves and bring down operation costs, but they will also add much needed power to the country's overall supply and support South Africa's decarbonization process. Mining is leading the way in developing new energy technologies. And this is what I am particularly pleased with, because mining historically has really been a reservoir of creativity, of innovation, and of finding solutions to what may have been intractable problems. Last year, I had the occasion and the privilege to attend the launch by Anglo American of the world's largest hydrogen-powered mine haul truck in our Limpopo province. Anglo American is developing an entire hydrogen ecosystem to support its local operations. And the launch of the new gen truck was the first project for the green hydrogen valley that we hope to develop from Limpopo to KwaZulu-Natal as well. South Africa has abundant renewable energy resources, and about 75% of the world's platinum resources, which puts us in a favorable position to develop such technologies. The second part of our efforts to develop the mining industry is to accelerate economic reforms to improve the operating environment. We have been driving a range of structural reforms through an entity in the presidency called Operation Vulindlela, where the presidency and the treasury of our country cooperate, and they've been cooperating to good effect. This partnership between the presidency and treasury has proven to be a great boon to many departments in government. The Department of Mineral and Energy and other departments also participate in this. As part of streamlining regulatory processes, we are reducing the time frames for environmental authorizations, exempting energy projects from environmental authorizations for certain activities, and speeding up the process of registering new projects and grid connection approvals. As many of you will know, things tend to move rather slowly at a glacial pace in government. This initiative has added impetus, it has added agility, and it has added much shorter time frames. And this is something that we would like the industry to appreciate, and at times to join us as we push these reforms forward, because this is for the common good of all of us. And this is something that you should all applaud, if you never applaud anything at all. Now, a critical area of reform is in logistics, which is a huge problem for the mining industry. By way of example, in 2022, coal exports through our coal terminal in Richards Bay dropped to about 50 million tons, the worst performance since 1993. It is estimated that infrastructure inefficiencies have resulted in a 15% decline in mineral sales. Now, this concerns us. We therefore welcome the partnership announced late last year between the Minerals Council of South Africa and Transnet, our logistics and freight company, to stabilize and to restore operational performance of our rail lines and ports. The reforms we announced to improve the state of freight and rail are moving ahead. One of these, opening key routes to third-party operators, will bring much-needed investment for upgrading as well as maintenance and rehabilitation. This is our government demonstrating that it is open to work with the private sector, it is open to cooperate with the private sector so that we can achieve great results. And this is meant because we know that there is great strength and there's great innovation in cooperating with the private sector. Sometimes governments prefer to do things on their own. But faced with this type of crisis, we have seen that it is best to work with those who have a common interest with us. So in this case, the private sector, the workers, communities, and government have a common interest to make this work. And that is why we've often said we want the private sector not to feel shy, not to stand back, but more importantly, not to stand on the rooftops and just criticize. We want them to get into the ring so that we work together to solve our problems. And we are not saying you should not be critical, but we are saying stop moaning. We're saying to Labour, stop moaning as well. Get into the ring with us. Let us find solutions for the common good of our country. And by the response I am seeing amongst you, I know that indeed you are willing and prepared to be our partners. And I applaud you for that, and thank you very much. A new policy framework for rail sets out actions to modernize the rail network, to enable, and listen to this, to enable private investment, to improve regulation, to restore rail as a competitive mode of both freight and commuter transport. Similar efforts are underway to enable private investment in our ports and certain container corridors. The third area of focus is to tackle illegal mining and the damage that is being wrought to our infrastructure. The South African Police Service has established multidisciplinary economic infrastructure task teams that are operational in 20 identified hotspots. In the last 6 months, these teams have conducted around hundreds of operations and made a significant number of arrests. Transnet has developed partnerships with the industry as well as the private security sector to address cable theft and vandalism on the freight rail network through advanced technologies and additional security personnel. As industry, law enforcement agencies and government departments, we will deepen our cooperation to stamp out illegal mining and other acts of economic sabotage. The fourth area of work is to improve the regulatory environment. We will continue working with the industry on reducing backlogs in prospecting and mining applications. I understand that over the past 18 months, we've reduced the backlog of applications by 42%, and plans are in place to eliminate the backlog in the short to medium term. The Department of Mineral and Energy has indicated that the process for procuring an off-the-shelf cadastral system which can be customized to South Africa's needs is underway. And in fact, they inform me that it's almost a done deal, it's going to happen soon. That is going to be a great advantage to yourselves. Now, this is essential for the operation of a modern mining rights administration system, which in turn is vital for the growth of the industry. And I'm informed that in putting this together, our mining industry, our Department of Mineral and Resources and Energy, has looked at other precedents in other countries and have learned a lot of lessons. So what you will be getting will be a modern system, a system that has been tested in other locales, and it's a system that is meant to benefit our mining industry. These are some of the efforts we are undertaking as South Africa to improve the business operating environment for a sector that is the lifeblood of our economy and that of the continent. South Africa is home to some of the most experienced miners in the world, with unparalleled expertise, unparalleled knowledge, and the capacity for innovation, as I've been saying. Just as we look to attract investment in mining to grow our economy and create jobs, investors will find South Africa continues to be an attractive destination for miners and associated sectors. This does not mean that we haven't had our own challenges, and some of these challenges would have made some of you to stop, to stand back for a while, and to ask ourselves whether we would be able to create an environment and do so sustainably, an environment that will enable you to invest your money. I'm able to say, with the processes that we have put place and the processes that are underway, we are creating and will continue to create an environment and an ecosystem that will enable miners, investors to invest in our country. This is particularly the case for companies looking for leverage, to leverage the opportunities presented by the global green energy transition and the African Continental Free Trade Area. Just as there can be no development without mining, mining must be at the forefront of social development. The implementation of the social and labor plans must be accelerated, and not only accelerated, but they must be embraced. They must also be improved and implemented. These plans have an important contribution to make to the provision of the social needs of our people, particularly those communities that live around mining operations. Gone are the days where a mining operation or company will just come and plant its equipment and eke out the resources and send them off and be gone. Those days are long gone. Companies must now need to immerse themselves in the life of the communities where they invest. They need to look at their various other needs. Gone are the days where a company which is well endowed in resources will be able to transport water from a dam many kilometers away and have the dam just deposit the water into its own operations and not make sure or even think about water resources for the community nearby. Gone are those days. When the mine has water, the community must have water. Those are the things that we should look at. When the mine has a roads network, the community must also have road networks. And when there's hospital, yes, on the mine, make sure that the health needs of the communities out there, and quite often these mining deposits are found right in deep jungle areas. Companies must become global citizens. They must become responsible citizens. They must work with all role players, government and all, to ensure that the needs not only of the shareholders, but the needs of the workers, the needs of the communities are also looked after. And in the end, the environmental needs are also taken care of. This is a challenging time for mining, both in South Africa and across the continent. However, we have the means to overcome our difficulties and forge a brighter future for the industry. As the world changes, mining is changing with it, and the industry stands ready and must stand ready to seize the opportunities that the future presents. A great future is beckoning, a future which is pregnant with a great deal of new innovations, new opportunities, hydrogen economy, fuel cells, and all of these come from mining. So you are a sector that has always led. Manufacturing always takes its cue from you as a sector. The food industry always takes its cue from you as a sector. So you need, as the mining industry, to see yourselves as the center of the world, a center that must support all other sectors. So I wish you all the best for another successful investing in Africa Mining Indaba that places the mining industry firmly at the forefront of our beloved continent's growth. And it is with this that I'm really delighted that President Felix Tshisekedi is here, president of a great mining country, a country that South Africa cooperates with on many fronts. And it is with this that I show my delight to be sharing the stage with him, talking about this great mining industry, an industry that will lead to prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Cyril Ramaphosa. I want to take the time to obviously thank you from the team as well for honoring again and being here at the Mining Indaba for 2023. I think the President definitely commended the sector, and I think you should share some of his insights and some of the things that he has said. Please do so on social media using the hashtag MI23 or hashtag Mining Indaba. Now, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please stand up again for us. It is my utmost honor and privilege to welcome on stage His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Have a seat, please. I apologize for my English, it's very, very bad. But I promise you to next time I will improve my English level. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République sud-africaine, cher Cyril, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du gouvernement, Monsieur le Président du comité d'organisation de la conférence Investing in Mining Indaba 2023, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'entreprise, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. Avant toute chose, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs de ces assises du Mining Indaba, dont le thème de l'édition 2023 est « Libéraliser le futur de l'investissement minier en Afrique, stabilité, sécurité et approvisionnement ». Je tiens également à remercier le pays hôte et particulièrement le président Cyril Ramaphosa président de la République sœur sud-africaine, pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité qui nous ont été réservés depuis notre arrivée. Ceci est l'expression des relations fraternelles existant entre nos deux pays. Ce privilège qui m'est accordé de prendre la parole du haut de cette tribune traduit non seulement la nature des relations que nous partageons avec le peuple sud-africain, mais également l'objectif commun que nous avons en cette période d'utiliser le secteur minier pour changer le cours des événements et relancer notre croissance économique. Indaba Mining est sans nul doute le plus grand forum d'investissement minier africain dans le monde. La présence de chacun d'entre vous témoigne du rôle combien important que joue et doit continuer à jouer le secteur minier pour le développement de nos pays respectifs, mais aussi pour le développement de notre continent. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, point n'est besoin de rappeler ici que mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, est connu pour son potentiel minier, représentant 1100 différentes substances minérales. Toutes ces provinces peuvent se prévaloir de détenir des richesses minières. Et en cette période de changement climatique, la République démocratique du Congo se révèle comme un État solution par ses minerais stratégiques que sont le cobalt, le coltan, le germanium et le lithium, pour garantir une meilleure transition écologique et énergétique. C'est donc une destination de choix qui offre d'innombrables opportunités. Financiers, exploitants miniers, équipementiers, sous-traitants, recycleurs, chacun peut y trouver sa part. Cependant, il est triste de constater que cette abondante dotation naturelle n'a toujours pas profité au pays, encore moins à l'Afrique, en raison de questions de mauvaise gouvernance enracinées depuis des décennies, mais aussi en raison d'une insécurité savamment orchestrée par des puissances obscures, avides de nos richesses naturelles, comme c'est le cas présentement dans la partie est du pays, en l'occurrence la province de l'Ituri et celle du Nord Kivu, avec le mouvement armé, le M23, qui n'est autre qu'un déguisement d'un voisin belliqueux, le Rwanda, obnubilé par nos richesses, mais malheureusement maladroit dans sa méthode pour y accéder, préférant la guerre plutôt qu'un cadre paisible d'échanges fructueux, gagnant-gagnant. En effet, la République démocratique du Congo occupe, de par sa situation géographique et ses ressources naturelles uniques, une position géostratégique qui représente une espérance planétaire, non seulement dans le secteur minier, mais aussi dans celui de l'environnement. Elle a, à travers l'histoire, été le rempart de grandes révolutions qui ont conduit à la civilisation industrielle. Qu'il me soit permis de rappeler ici ce rôle majeur qu'a toujours joué la République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, lors de grands bouleversements historiques. Avec la révolution industrielle qui a changé la nature de l'activité économique en quelques décennies seulement, mon pays a su répondre au développement d'une industrie automobile mondiale à travers l'exploitation de l'EVA qui a donné lieu à une industrie du caoutchouc. Cette industrie qui a fabriqué des matériaux devenus rapidement très précieux pour la fabrication des premiers pneus et plus tard de joints, d'imperméabilisants, de vêtements et de bottes et bien d'autres produits encore. Autrement dit, l'aube de la révolution industrielle a été simultanément celle du caoutchouc en tant que matériau de première importance. Par la suite, la deuxième révolution industrielle qui a reposé sur l'utilisation de nouvelles sources d'énergie, dont l'électricité, profitera également de l'exploitation du cuivre congolais, principale ressource minière du Congo belge, à travers l'union minière du Haut-Katanga. La liste peut continuer, mais il sera plus facile de se souvenir de la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale de triste mémoire, marquée par la première bombe atomique qui fut larguée sur Hiroshima et Nagasaki, bombe à base d'uranium provenant de la mine de Shinkolobwe, située à 25 km à l'ouest de la ville de Likasi et à 130 km à l'est de la ville de Kolwezi, dans le territoire de Kambove, toujours en République démocratique du Congo. L'histoire atteste que mon pays a toujours été présent à tous les grands rendez-vous des révolutions industrielles, mais malheureusement que sa population n'en tire aucun quelconque profit. Une fois encore, nous nous retrouvons aujourd'hui pour un grand rendez-vous, celui de renforcer la résilience au changement climatique à l'échelle mondiale. Et il est de plus en plus évident que la sécurité climatique, la sécurité énergétique et la sécurité alimentaire vont de pair. La République démocratique du Congo est encore prête à jouer sa partition. Mais cette fois, nous voulons que le peuple congolais y trouve pleinement son compte. Fort de son potentiel en minerais stratégiques que sont le cobalt, le cuivre, le lithium, le manganèse, le nickel et le graphite, mon pays peut contribuer au règlement des questions climatiques et ainsi jouer un rôle majeur dans cette transition énergétique. Le cobalt, minerai indispensable pour les batteries et les technologies vertes, trouve 60% de sa production mondiale en République démocratique du Congo, qui déteindrait 50% des réserves mondiales. En outre, mon pays dispose de réserves importantes en lithium, autre élément incontournable des batteries pour véhicules électriques. Mon adresse aux présentes assises s'articule autour des réformes entreprises par mon pays pour garantir non seulement un bon climat des affaires, mais aussi pour assurer une redistribution équitable des revenus issus des ressources minières au peuple congolais dans la perspective d'un développement durable. Dès mon accession à la magistrature suprême dans mon pays, je me suis employé à redorer l'image de la République démocratique du Congo pour la rendre plus attractive aux investissements en la transformant en un espace assaini par l'amélioration du climat des affaires. J'ai instruit donc le gouvernement de prendre des initiatives allant dans le sens de s'inscrire dans une dynamique permettant l'amélioration du climat des affaires en veillant à ce que la mise en œuvre de ce cadre favorable aux affaires concourt réellement au bien-être de nos populations. Aujourd'hui, la République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un cadre juridique adapté, servant à faciliter les opérations commerciales, à protéger les droits de propriété et à régler les litiges. Les avantages fiscaux et autres facilités liées à la promotion des investissements sont accordés dans le cadre du Code d'investissement, du Code minier révisé des zones économiques spéciales et du guichet unique de création d'entreprises, ainsi que du guichet unique intégral du commerce extérieur. Par ailleurs, l'amélioration du climat des affaires constitue aussi une garantie au moyen d'accords bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ainsi que d'organisations telles que l'Organisation pour l'harmonisation en Afrique du droit des affaires, l'OHADA en sigle, l'Agence multilatérale pour le commerce, pour la garantie des investissements, MIGA 3, l'Agence pour le commerce et l'assurance en Afrique, ACA, et le Centre international pour le règlement des différends sur les investissements, le CIRDI en sigle. Ces efforts d'amélioration de la gouvernance ont permis à mon pays de récupérer les blocs pétroliers et les actifs miniers détenus par le groupe Ventura, évalués à plus de 2 milliards de dollars américains. Ces actifs seront revalorisés et les intérêts obtenus profiteront aux populations. À titre indicatif, une zone économique spéciale a été mise en place à Manono, dans la province du Tanganyika, pour la transformation du lithium en vue de la fabrication des batteries électriques à des coûts compétitifs. De plus, un accord bilatéral a été signé avec la République de Zambie pour la fabrication de batteries électriques dans la province du Haut-Katanga en République démocratique du Congo. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, ce bref portrait que je viens de dresser de mon pays prouve à suffisance que la République démocratique du Congo est un lieu idéal qui présente de multiples opportunités d'affaires pour les investissements miniers. Considérant que la couverture du pays en termes de recherche n'est approximativement que de 19% du territoire national, il y a lieu de déduire que le pays est encore sous-exploré. C'est ce qui explique le récent lancement d'une vaste campagne de recherche géologique à travers la création du service géologique national du Congo. Cette campagne qui a démarré par le bloc Katanga dans la filière cupro, cobaltifère et stanifère s'étendra dans les tout prochains jours sur le bloc Kasaï pour le nickel et le chrome. L'objectif poursuivi est de découvrir de nouveaux gisements pouvant faire l'objet d'appels d'offres en vue de conclure de nouveaux partenariats publics-privés mutuellement rentables. Aussi, face aux enjeux, principalement en ce qui concerne la course vers la transition énergétique, la République démocratique du Congo se positionne comme pays solution au regard des occurrences en minéraux dits critiques dont regorge notre sous-sol. La République démocratique du Congo peut dès lors jouer un rôle majeur dans la stabilité et le développement de l'Afrique. Pour y parvenir, je lance encore une fois de plus et de manière sans équivoque un appel à l'action au moyen de partenariats gagnant-gagnant. Ce modèle sous-entend des accords d'échange où les partenaires tirent des bénéfices relativement équitables. La République démocratique du Congo assainit son environnement des affaires afin d'imposer le pays comme une destination d'investissement de choix en Afrique. Encore faudrait-il qu'elle retire également des bénéfices dans ces partenariats. C'est ici l'occasion de soulever ici, de souligner le sens d'un partenariat juste. C'est celui qui respecte la législation en vigueur dans le pays hôte. Je prends à titre d'exemple la législation en matière d'assurance pour illustrer mon propos. Aucun pays ne permettra que des entreprises installées sur son sol souscrivent à une assurance dans un autre pays. Pourtant, c'est ce que font les miniers en République démocratique du Congo. Nous attendons donc désormais de leur part qu'ils se conforment à la législation en vigueur en payant leurs primes d'assurance en République démocratique du Congo. Le secteur étant libéralisé, vous ne manquerez pas de trouver une offre diversifiée. Toutes les mesures et réformes entreprises par mon gouvernement, y compris les préparatifs des élections pour consolider notre jeune démocratie, ont un ultime objectif: convertir la République démocratique du Congo en une destination attrayante pour les investisseurs. Je vous invite donc à venir explorer les multiples opportunités qu'offre mon pays à l'heure actuelle. Il s'agit entre autres du projet d'installation d'une usine de raffinage locale de notre cobalt pour produire les précurseurs nécessaires à la fabrication de batteries pour véhicules électriques, ainsi que de la mise en place d'une chaîne de valeur dans le secteur de l'or, d'exploitation artisanale, ainsi que celui des 3T, coltan, étain, tungstène. En partenariat évidemment avec la société Primera des Émirats Arabes Unis. Et c'est sur cette lancée que nous allons définitivement assainir dans les prochaines semaines le secteur du cobalt artisanal. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs distingués invités, le secteur minier en République démocratique du Congo ne saurait être profitable aux investisseurs que vous êtes que s'il répond aux aspirations légitimes des communautés locales impactées par les projets miniers. C'est dans ce contexte précis que des mécanismes favorisant la redistribution des revenus issus des activités minières ont été insérés dans la législation de mon pays au profit des populations impactées par les projets miniers. Il s'agit notamment de l'obligation, dans le chef des tributaires des droits miniers en phase d'exploitation, de signer avec les communautés locales des cahiers de charges définissant leurs responsabilités sociétales, de constituer et de mettre à disposition une dotation de 0,3% minimum du chiffre d'affaires pour contribution au projet de développement communautaire. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République sud-africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres des gouvernements, Monsieur le Président des Assises Indaba Mining 2023, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'entreprise, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je ne saurais conclure cette adresse sans aborder les questions sécuritaires dans la partie est de la République démocratique du Congo, gage de la stabilité du pays et par conséquent de la rentabilité des capitaux que vous êtes prêts à mobiliser pour des investissements éventuels dans mon pays. Il est vrai que tous ces efforts d'assainissement et d'amélioration du climat des affaires et de l'environnement économique que nous venons d'explorer ici ne pourront pleinement profiter aux investisseurs que si la paix et la sécurité durable sont au rendez-vous. La République démocratique du Congo ne se laissera pas submerger par le défi d'une guerre ignoble à laquelle elle est injustement exposée, allais-je dire, par certains de ses voisins, en l'occurrence le Rwanda. Bien au contraire, nous sommes résolument engagés à mettre fin à toute agression et à toute tentative d'occupation de notre territoire, tout en appelant à une coalition mondiale en faveur de la sécurité en Afrique en général et en République démocratique du Congo en particulier. Je vous rassure que toutes les mesures nécessaires sont mises en œuvre pour établir la paix dans les régions actuellement en proie au conflit et y assurer un retour à la vie normale et aux activités d'extraction minière. Ainsi, les ressources de mon pays pourront de nouveau profiter au peuple congolais par le biais d'une exploitation rationnelle et aux peuples africains par le biais d'échanges commerciaux. Je vous invite donc, mes frères et sœurs africains, à saisir les opportunités d'affaires que vous offre la République démocratique du Congo. Mon pays, je le répète, est prêt à mettre en place des accords stratégiques avec des partenaires qui ont besoin de nos ressources dans le cadre d'un partenariat gagnant-gagnant. Que vive Indaba 2023, que Dieu bénisse notre continent, l'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to please remain on stage for us as we will be taking some photos. Thank you indeed for sharing with us, and we hope that your valued time here in South Africa, and particularly in Cape Town, will foster opportunities and growth and partnerships. Thank you so much. At this time, I would ask you to please stand. May I please ask President Cyril Ramaphosa to please make his way to stage as well. Thank you. While the photos are being taken of the presidents, please may I ask the following people to swiftly make their way to stage. Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe, Frans Baleni, Mark Shashua, Rachel Brody, Simon Ford, and Paul Sinclair. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be continuing with our insights. We'll just take a short break as we turn around the stage, but I request that you all remain in your seats, please. Kindly remain in your seats, please. We do request that you please remain in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain in your seats. No, this one.
Catherine Shisha, yes, we can use soft chairs from here if you want to. Please can we mute the MC's mic?
Continuing with our insights into the DRC's mining growth, please join me in welcoming Alphonse Caputo Kalubi, Chairman of the Board at Geka Mines. A round of applause, please, as he makes his way to stage. Thank you.
This telephone, one of the security men that came with the president, he sat very close to me and he forgot I was calling him when the president stood up. He just left.
Okay, one of the people that sat next to the president.
Yes.
Okay. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est un plaisir que de vous retrouver si nombreux ce jour
pour assister à la présentation GECAMIN.
In front of me, as I'm
Je sais
presenting
combien GECAMIN
for
attire
GECAMIN.
l'attention.
I know
L'entreprise
GECAMIN.
suscite beaucoup d'attentes par son histoire et sa
There are many
grandeur passée,
expectations on
par son
GECAMIN
rôle
because
actuel
of
dans le
its
secteur
history,
minier de la
because of its role
RDC,
in the mining sector of
notamment
DRC,
à travers ses partenariats
through
et ses
its partnerships
permis miniers,
and mining permits.
mais également par son rôle
But also
dans son propre
by
écosystème
its
congolais
role in its own
qui
Congolese
continue de
ecosystem that
structurer la
continues
vie
to
locale
structure local
et
life
de contribuer à l'économie mondiale
the world
et
economy
nationale.
and the national
La
economy.
situation que vit l'entreprise
The
est à première vue paradoxale
situation
pour
of the
l'observateur.
company is
En effet,
paradoxical.
les partenariats dans lesquels nous sommes actionnaires, malheureusement
Our partners,
minoritaires, il faut le dire, battent
even
chaque
if we are
année
a minority
des records
partner,
de production,
every year,
mais la production
production records
propre de
records.
GECAMIN comme opérateur minier n'arrive pas à se redresser malgré les
shows
efforts et les plans
despite all
successifs.
efforts and successive plans,
Ce paradoxe
the results
est-il
cannot be straightened
justifié ou n'est-il pas
can this paradox,
que apparent?
be justified?
Quand certains y voient une incohérence,
Certain
nous pensons
people
hélas
see
que nous subissons principalement le résultat des choix passés réalisés à la fin de la décennie 90 sous la tutelle de la Banque mondiale qui a notamment abouti à la libération de notre législation et à la relance de la production du pays au prix de la cession quasi totale du patrimoine minier viable de GECAMIN dans des partenariats. Est-ce à dire que notre situation est
Does it mean
désespérée?
that our situation is
Certes, non.
desperate? No.
Même si elle est très préoccupante.
Even if it is
Mais pour changer cette dynamique, des réformes structurelles cohérentes et concertées avec les plus hautes autorités du pays s'imposent afin de permettre à GECAMIN de redevenir une entreprise minière à part entière et pas uniquement un gestionnaire de partenariat. Mesdames et messieurs, pour ceux qui connaissent l'économie minière de la République démocratique du Congo, pour ceux qui connaissent l'histoire de mon pays, vous savez combien GECAMIN a compté pour le passé sur le continent tout entier et combien elle compte aujourd'hui encore. Même si elle ne produit plus directement du cuivre ou du cobalt, elle est présente dans la majorité de la production de la République démocratique du Congo. Ces partenariats actifs ont permis en 2022 de produire plus de 1 150 000 tonnes de cuivre et un peu plus de 80 000 tonnes de cobalt. Ce que vous pouvez voir sur le graphique ci-dessous à travers ces partenariats. La production ici des mines qui était jadis la production issue des mines qui était jadis la propriété de GECAMIN représentera donc encore cette année 70% de la production nationale de cuivre et de cobalt. C'est pour dire, si l'empreinte de GECAMIN est forte, et mis à part Kamoa et Kakula, peu de nouveaux gisements ont été mis à jour en République démocratique du Congo. La question que tout le monde se pose, et nous les premiers, qui sommes désormais aux commandes de l'entreprise, c'est comment faire pour que la GECAMIN soit un producteur minier en propre. Je voudrais aujourd'hui que nous sortions d'une forme de simplisme qui consiste à s'interroger sur les raisons qui faisaient que Gécamine produisait en 1986 486 000 tonnes de cuivre et aujourd'hui moins de 20 000 tonnes de cuivre. Ce simple graphique montre clairement ce qui est advenu de notre production en cuivre et cobalt, mais aussi en zinc, à partir de 1991, quand la mine de Kamoto s'est effondrée. Je sais que cette situation n'est pas nouvelle et que des plans stratégiques ont déjà été présentés ici même à Indaba en 1913 pour engager le redressement de l'entreprise sans résultat visible jusqu'à présent, ce qui n'implique pas cependant que rien n'a été fait. C'est là où je crois que nous devons être plus objectifs et plus réalistes, car nous ne parlons pas d'une simple entreprise. Nous parlons d'une entreprise qui, malgré les difficultés vécues depuis 1991, a continué à assumer ses responsabilités vis-à-vis de ses salariés, vis-à-vis de son actionnaire unique, l'État de la République démocratique du Congo, et vis-à-vis de ses communautés. Et pour cela, je voudrais vous présenter un seul graphique qui permettra à tous, un chacun, de comprendre la situation actuelle de notre patrimoine minier et le principal défi auquel nous faisons face. Comme vous pouvez le constater, de près de 80 millions de tonnes de cuivre encore détenues à la fin des années 90, les cessions successives de nos actifs miniers dans des joint ventures, les ventes et les amodiations ne nous ont rien laissé que plus ou moins 250 000 tonnes de cuivre certifiées dans une seule mine, celle de Kamfundoa. Cette situation est la principale cause de notre incapacité actuelle à produire. Nous ne disposons tout simplement plus de patrimoine minier certifié nécessaire à la relance de notre production. C'est ce que j'appelle le défi géologique. Si l'ensemble de nos réserves connues ont été cédées dans des partenariats, nous ne sommes plus comme à la fin des années 2000 sans aucun patrimoine connu. Nous avons, dans le cadre de la renégociation des contrats, récupéré quelques titres et fait certifier un certain nombre de sites de rejet. C'est d'ailleurs la base sur laquelle nous allons nous appuyer à court terme, relancer notre production, éventuellement avec votre concours, si nous trouvons des modalités partenariales qui soient équitables pour tous. C'est notamment le cas de carrés que nous possédons à Kolwezi, dont le potentiel en cuivre approche 2 millions de tonnes de cuivre et le potentiel en cobalt de 450 000 tonnes de cobalt. Nous devons, comme par le passé, disposer de réserves excédant nos besoins de production durant au moins une décennie. Et pour cela, nous comptons sur la valorisation de notre potentiel géologique contenu dans nos 101 permis, un permis d'exploitation et 7 permis d'exploitation des rejets. Si le fonds nous manque, si les fonds, les finances nous manquent pour engager une certification globale de l'ensemble de nos permis, nous souhaitons engager pour les 5 prochaines années un premier projet de prospection des ressources et réserves par groupe en ferant le maximum de sondages carottants ainsi que de sondages destructifs. Parallèlement, nous réaliserons plusieurs autres travaux de recherche et développement pour un montant à définir au cas par cas avec l'expertise de ceux qui voudront nous accompagner dans ce grand travail indispensable pour garantir l'avenir de l'entreprise. À cette condition, nous commencerons à constituer progressivement notre patrimoine que nous pourrons alors valoriser financièrement pour lever les fonds nécessaires à notre relance et développer de nouveaux projets. Cette reconstitution de notre patrimoine géologique unique est le premier volet nécessaire à notre reconstruction et le plus prioritaire. C'est sur la base des résultats de cette certification et sur cette base uniquement que nous pourrons définir avec précision notre vision stratégique de développement pour le moyen, le long terme de l'entreprise. Plus largement, notre ambition est de travailler même en dehors de nos titres miniers actuels pour découvrir de nouveaux gisements partout dans notre pays avec le soutien de notre actionnaire unique. Le patrimoine pourrait être ensuite valorisé de préférence avec des unités de production appartenant à 100% à Gécamine ou en créant des filiales où Gécamine sera à minima majoritaire et, troisième possibilité, le cas échéant, par des JV gagnant-gagnant qui tiennent compte de l'apport de chaque partenaire conformément au code minier révisé. Notre second défi est industriel. Je me méfie des annonces très ambitieuses. Mais clairement, à l'horizon 5 ans, notre objectif est de permettre à Gécamine de construire de nouvelles usines, au moins 2, pour revenir au premier rang dans le secteur de production de métaux avec le concours des sociétés qui voudront bien nous prêter main forte. Gécamine disposera ainsi, je l'espère, d'une capacité de production supérieure à 100 000 tonnes de cuivre par an pour lui permettre de revenir dans la cour des grands. Capacité qui sera renforcée dès janvier 2029 par l'apport de l'usine de Somides qui deviendra la propriété exclusive de Gécamine. Ce chantier devra être mené en parallèle de celui de l'amélioration du fonctionnement de nos partenariats qui constitue une des sources de financement de nos projets. C'est un défi essentiel, d'autant plus qu'il est porté au plus haut niveau par son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, pour les mines concédées par la Gécamine à ses partenaires à la fin des années 90 et tient enfin les promesses de revenus qui avaient justifié les cessions. Pour ceux qui continueraient à douter de la légitimité de ce combat, je rappellerai seulement qu'entre 2012 et 2020, les revenus de Gécamine dans ces partenariats ont représenté à peu près 4% de chiffre d'affaires. Je pense que vous en conviendrez avec moi,
you will realize then
ce chiffre ne constitue pas un retour sur investissement très rentable pour avoir cédé 80 millions de tonnes
a sufficient
de
return on
cuivre de
investment.
ressources géologiques. Il ne faut jamais oublier que
We must never
le
forget
transfert des titres miniers de Gécamine à ses partenaires avait pour objectif de financer la relance
as objective to
de la production nationale à travers les dividendes, ainsi que la génération
and the
de revenus pour l'État au
generation of
titre
revenues
de la
from the
fiscalité
state through
des entreprises,
tax paid by
tout revenu qui devait
and
constituer
all the
la
revenues
compensation pour cette
should have
défait
compensated
du patrimoine minier de Gécamine.
the
Pour conclure sur ce
sales.
sujet qui me tient à cœur,
To conclude,
je voudrais évoquer la question
like
de la
to mention
diversification
the
de la
importance of
production de
diversification
Gécamine.
of production done by
C'est
Gécamine.
un aspect de notre activité qui est rarement mis en évidence, car on ne se souvient plus que Gécamine n'a pas toujours été uniquement synonyme de production de cuivre et de cobalt,
Synonymous with copper,
mais aussi d'autres métaux, comme en témoigne le graphique ci-dessous.
produced other metals like as you can see on this graph.
C'est pourquoi nous souhaitons que dans le cadre de son développement,
That in
Gécamine puisse réinvestir dans la prospection de nouvelles zones et de nouveaux métaux,
of other
et notamment l'étain, éventuellement en partenariat avec des investisseurs intéressés par cette facette de notre activité. C'est une nécessité économique, mais aussi patrimoniale, afin de protéger nos biens, car malheureusement, une intense activité artisanale a été observée sur plusieurs sites. Comme dans d'autres zones, il existe plusieurs camps d'exploitants artisanaux qui vendent toute la production à des acheteurs étrangers.
seen and they sell their production to foreign
L'objectif
buyers.
de nos futures équipes
The
de
objective
géologues
of our future
pour les années à venir consistera donc à organiser des campagnes de prospection systématiques
prospection
sur
campaigns,
tous ces sites
systematic prospection campaigns
d'extraction afin d'y rechercher de nouveaux métaux comme
so that
le
we can
lithium,
look for
l'étain,
lithium,
le cobalt,
cobalt,
le coltan, le
coltan,
titane, le wolfram, l'or, les terres rares, etc. Parallèlement, nos services juridiques sont à l'œuvre
Gold,
pour
etc.
récupérer les permis d'exploitation qui ont été confiés à des partenaires qui ne remplissent manifestement pas leurs obligations
Unfortunately,
et exploitent souvent
permits were given to
illégalement
partners that were illegally
les carrés
exploited.
mis à leur disposition.
that are illegally exploiting the fields.
Le développement de l'extraction
The development
et le traitement de ces nouveaux métaux pour Gécamine est indispensable pour l'intégration industrielle de la chaîne de valeur de métaux stratégiques et une nécessité absolue si notre pays veut récupérer la valeur ajoutée située en aval de la production minière.
in the future.
Gécamine doit donc être présente dans la production des métaux liés à la transition énergétique actuelle et participer activement à l'implantation des usines de production des batteries en République démocratique du Congo, telles que voulues par le gouvernement. Il en est de même d'ailleurs pour l'intégration prochaine de la chaîne des valeurs dans les zones cobaltifères par notre filiale, l'entreprise générale du cobalt, EGC, dont nous sommes l'actionnaire majoritaire pour le compte de l'État. Nous attendons beaucoup du lancement effectif des travaux de cette filiale dans le cobalt, mais aussi dans le germanium et tous les autres métaux stratégiques à définir.
cobalt, germanium,
Pour notre pays,
and other metals.
il est donc urgent
It is then urgent
d'organiser
for our
systématiquement
country to
une
organize
exploitation industrielle
an industrial
qui puisse associer une dimension artisanale quand cela est possible
that can be linked
au regard de
with
la minéralisation
informal miners when this is possible,
des sites, mais sans en gréver l'exploitation industrielle future. Cela est indispensable car nous ne pouvons plus tolérer les conditions de vie indignes dans lesquelles travaillent ces creuseurs artisanaux et nous ne pouvons plus tolérer que notre État et GECAMIN, dont les concessions sont exploitées illégalement, soient spoliés de leurs richesses. Mesdames et messieurs, ce tour d'horizon des défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés concerne une matière trop vaste pour pouvoir être résumée en quelques minutes. Néanmoins, il constitue un cliché objectif du chemin qui est le nôtre pour les prochaines années, pour relancer notre entreprise avec le concours attendu de tous. C'est un chemin ardu dans un environnement difficile. Nous devons nous confronter de manière responsable, mais résolue à la situation qui est la nôtre pour réussir. Pour cela, nous devons bénéficier de l'appui de tous, de l'accompagnement habituel et indispensable de l'État congolais, notre actionnaire unique, de l'engagement unique et unanime de nos partenaires, de l'adhésion de notre personnel ainsi que des communautés riveraines des différents sites que nous exploiterons avec elles dans le futur. Enfin, je voudrais parler de la sous-traitance et de l'émergence de la classe moyenne congolaise en disant ceci. Les exploitations minières sont réalisées en opération qui partent de la recherche des gisements à la vente des produits finis, en passant par l'exploitation minière, les extractions des métaux que nous pouvons réaliser seuls, en partenariat ou en sous-traitance. Pour cette dernière possibilité, nous appliquons les dispositions légales et veillons à ce que la main-d'œuvre soit éminemment nationale pour participer à l'émergence de la classe moyenne congolaise telle que voulue par le président de la République, son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Joel Ponce Caputo Kalubi. So now what we will have is a highly anticipated keynote panel debate, and it's grown into a mining Indaba tradition on actual day 2. This year, we're looking at a particular question, which is security of supply, threat or opportunity in Africa's metals and minerals supercycle context. Please help me welcome on stage our moderator, Boubacar Bakoum, who's a leading mine specialist at the World Bank.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Mute.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Caesar.
Good morning. My name is Boubacar Bakoum, as said, and it is my pleasure to moderate today the panel on opportunities and threats for minerals and metals development in Africa in the context of this super cycle. The panel will be discussing the opportunities and let's say the enablers and the roadblocks to make sure that or to potentially prevent Africa to fully capitalize on the opportunities, and we'll be exchanging on the roles and the responsibilities of various stakeholders to make it happen. We have about 45 minutes for discussions this morning, and it is a pleasure for me to introduce the panelists, including Mr. Johan Kotze, who is a Director of Mining and Metals for the company DSS Plus, Mr. Mfomu Makwana, the Chair of the Management Board for ESCOM, Mr. Dave Thornton, who is Senior Vice President Africa for Newmont Corporation, and Natasha Wilhoyen, who is CEO of Anglo-American Platinum. We will start by sort of discussing the fact that Africa is not alone. There is a big cycle coming. Quite a few countries and sub-regions out there have strategies and plans. So it is in competition with other parts of the world in terms of both developing metals and minerals. I would say smart speed matters. And I would also say that while we discuss minerals and metals, it's really important to also discuss the outcome for African people, because at the end of the day, mining and metals are a mean to an end, which is the human development. With those, let me start with Johan and ask him to share with us his perspectives in terms of what are the threats and opportunities for metals and mineral development? What are the most pressing sort of issues that you see around, and what are the opportunities, to kickstart the discussion? Johan, please.
Very good, thank you. I think there was a similar conversation yesterday, and the way it was phrased in that conversation was once in a generation or generational opportunity. So I think in that context, it's important to recognize that the journey to net zero by 2050 will need a significant amount of metals and minerals. And I think that in itself presents for Africa, and South Africa in particular, an interesting opportunity, because most of our natural resources and human resources are in abundance and still relatively untapped. And I think both of those provide a great platform for Africa to participate in this. In addition to that, I think the other big opportunity that we certainly see is the adjacent industries that will be stimulated by energy transition, by circular economy, and alternative income streams which will be generated by the development of those industries. I don't think, however, it's going to be all plain sailing. So there are some threats. I think the ability of the industry to be responsive and agile to disruptions. We saw with COVID-19, we saw with the war in the Ukraine, we've seen lots of other market disruptions come through. So I think the ability of the industry to respond to that and be resilient is really important. I think the second important thing is to balance that resilience with an accelerated transition to a more sustainable version of mining. And I think it's going to be, having all those balls in the air at the same time is going to be critical. And then, the big topic of conversation over the last couple of days has been energy and infrastructure. And I think our ability to accelerate the development of that will certainly, turn that into either a major threat or potentially pave the way for some significant development in the African resource base.
Right, thank you. Maybe turning to Dave, the projected demand for minerals and metals could be broadly split into high demand being, battery minerals, and what I would call steady demand, which would be the golds and perhaps iron ores commodities out there. So this is also about attracting investment. So what would you see as being the priorities of things to do or to address to make Africa really to capture a good deal of the investment that is projected to happen in the foreseeable future?
Yeah, thanks Boubacar. I think there's a few parts that we need to consider. When you look at the African continent, the UN believes it holds about 30% of the world's mineral reserves. So ultimately, there's a significant opportunity there, both for companies and countries to develop based on those minerals that they've got in endowment. To make those decisions, though, to come in and invest, there needs to be stable conditions to operate within. The investments are highly capital intensive. They take long periods of time. Payback is great. So when we think about how do we partner with governments and how do we partner with countries to make sure that we've got a position that's friendly for this investment and has a benefit to both the business and the country is absolutely critical. And so for us, when we look at that stable condition, there are a few components as an industry that we focus on. The first one obviously is the endowment of the country. What are the minerals available, the geology that's there. But really fundamentally underlying that is what's the country risk? What's the risk of going into that country? And that goes across a range of options, or a range of areas. One of those is when you think about the security risk within that country. So are there risks around terrorism? The stability within that country is one that's obviously top of mind. A second one is around the fiscal stability of the country. Is it in a position where it can receive large investments, but also how does the mining company that's coming in help to stabilise and maybe improve that position as well. The socio-economic condition, how stable is the government, how is the country run? That's another component that we obviously focus on quite heavily. So there are a range of areas that for us are critical to how we understand when we do that country of entry, but the key part for us is the partnership and making sure that the benefit is mutual. And I think if there's any intention for more benefit to one party versus the others, it's just a recipe for a really tough environment to operate in.
Yeah, thank you. Building on this topic of partnership to some extent, Natasha, PGMs and talking about both threats and opportunities are some of those commodities used nowadays for combustion vehicles, but which will be also quite important for hydrogen going forward. Maybe to start with, could you share with us some of the experiences with Anglo developing a hydrogen truck, as the demo was made last year? What are the success factors for companies wanting to engage on similar endeavors and in the continent of Africa? What are some of the lessons that you could share with us today?
Thank you, Boubacar, and I think it's a really relevant question on how do we consider our investment and our engagements with the Africa continent. Now, we've touched on, some of my fellow speakers has touched on the capacity that we have as an Africa continent, the amount of minerals and resources that we have in our continent that are very relevant to a decarbonization journey. And I think that's probably where one of our biggest opportunities lie. We are heading into another super cycle, and a cycle where we are going to need significant additional minerals. I think the forecast is about 500% increase in mineral resource supply. And I think that at the heart lies the benefit of technology development, like we've seen with the hydrogen truck. And I think the realization that not only we have a rich endowment of minerals, we have a rich endowment of land, we have a rich endowment of natural resources that is ideally suited for this energy transition. And as we collaborate in really finding solutions for our continent, bringing us up the curve in terms of energy poverty as an example, how do we not only establish the kind of consistency in the countries and stability in the countries that in Africa so that it does attract investment, but how do we truly use collaboration across the world to bring technologies to the African continent? Now, the truck specifically doesn't only talk to our own journey to decarbonisation, it also talks to the work that we're doing on keeping the world's biggest PGM resource in South Africa relevant for the future that is 100% aligned with a renewable future. Now, it's interesting that I need to quickly tell the story about the truck if I'm allowed to. It's really interesting that how it started is that we started to look at a PV plant for our Mogalakwena mine, but it didn't meet any of our normal financial hurdles. Then we stepped back and said, well, we changed the way we thought about it. We stepped back and said, well, should we at least make sure that it breaks even? And then the PV plant was bigger than what our need was. So then the question was, well, what do we do with the additional energy? And that's where the thought was born, okay, so let's generate hydrogen. What do we do with hydrogen? And the real interesting thing about this truck, it is known pieces of technology with the brilliance of people across the world, in this case, collaborating with First Mode in the US. But it's truly put us as a country on the world stage from an advocacy point of view for our country, for our continent, and the capabilities in the sector. And that will drive significant additional opportunities for us as a country.
Thank you. Infrastructure is really fundamental for mineral development, and we are in a continent that is already challenged as we speak in terms of infrastructure in general, and energy in particular is really critical. Given the challenges that we have on this continent, what are some of the things that need to be done or to change to make sure that the opportunities are captured in the present and in the foreseeable future in terms of power development?
Thank you very much. I think firstly, we must move from the premise that we've got 5 economic blocks in the continent. As matters stand, each economic block has got a power pool, so whoever utilities that exist in each of the economic blocks have grouped themselves into power pools. Now, when we talk infrastructure, the critical thing we must all recognize as decision makers in Africa is that we need to make sure that in each economic block, through those power pools, we create viable, sustainable energy supply. What I mean by that is, if you look at any European country, for instance, if you pick on any European country, you will notice that they have the benefit of continuity of security of supply because in their equivalent of a power pool, they have neighbors that are able to wheel power into their economies, neighbors that have similar or even greater capabilities. Now let's take, for instance, the example of where we are in the Southern Africa power pool. You've got an Eskom as the largest utility, and its generation capabilities account for 95% of what is in the power pool. So that is a difficulty because it means that as we now face these challenges that we face with load shedding, we don't have neighbors who have similar capabilities. So if you look at Eskom and say, in a perfect environment, Eskom at its peak is capable of producing up to 58,000 megawatts. In the current environment, we're producing way below that. But the nearest neighbor with some semblance of scale can only produce up to 3,500 megawatts, which is not even 10% of what this one utility is capable of. So my sense is that industrialists, mining houses need to sit together and say, given that we now have new technologies like microgrids, isn't there an opportunity to create clusters of microgrids across the different supply chains of the different minerals, and look at how, where mining houses are clustered together in one area, they can create a small microgrid, to the president of the country's point earlier, in the spirit of saying, how are we best for the societies in which we operate, rather than how are we best purely for our shareholders. Right. Let's look at how we create those public-private partnerships in the power pool, so that we ensure that we create stability, but we also enhance the ability for neighbors to help each other at scale.
Right. Thank you. Johan, coming back to you and building a little bit on what you were saying earlier, can you unpack a little bit, how can organizations actually really prepare themselves for, a future that seems to be bright, but that has some uncertainties? Quite a bit of discussions are about resilience of supply chains, and so what can companies do to become resilient themselves in the context that is on the way?
Yeah, I think listening to some of the feedback that came out of Davos, there certainly was a sense that we will have to learn as countries and companies to play both defense and offense at the same time. And I want to separate the answer sort of in two groups, one government and then sort of what do private companies do. I think Paul and others have already mentioned, I think there's a big role for government to play. Certainly as a provider of a safe and generally lower risk investment environment. I mean, mining is, by its very definition, has high risk in its investment, critical metals even more so for a whole range of reasons. So I think certainly the government providing a low risk investment environment is a key step in that. The second one, I think Paul really described that very well, is cross-border cooperation between governments. We cannot think of ourselves as an island, and whether it comes to power or whether it's development of other infrastructure, certainly across the continent, countries will have to learn how to work together to drive that. And I think the third role is participation in the process, partly as an investor, but also partly as a provider of key services, in particular for critical metals, where the downstream side of that is still fairly complex and actually needs quite a bit of support to build that. So turning to organizations, I think, we spoke about agility and we spoke about resilience. I think organizations should lay the foundations for that. Some of it sits in managing risk in a very integrated way and anticipating vulnerabilities before they actually happen, so that we are prepared for those. Even in the case of companies, I think there's a big ask of collaboration. And again, if I can use the African proverb, if I want to go fast, I'll go alone. If I want to go far, I'll go together. Right. I think the thinking around companies working together to solve energy problems, to solve sustainability problems is the way to go. Right. And then I think as an industry, we will need to start thinking about how do we generate a lower intensity of use in terms of driving efficiencies in our operations, running our assets better. If you want to make a successful energy transition, you actually have to run your assets better first before you make the final transition to more sustainable energy.
Right. Thank you. Dave, ESG is really important, and talking about threats, one of the trends is also digitization, which by definition means perhaps more efficiencies and perhaps a little bit less jobs, at least in certain situations, in a continent that really needs a lot of job creation for the youth. How does one approach sort of that dynamic and to some extent, how should one approach community development in a context like that?
Yeah, Boubacar, that's an extremely difficult question, and I think as an industry we're still trying to grapple with the right solution to that, and I think over time we'll continue to evolve. The challenge that we have is balancing the expectations of local communities and employment versus, to Johan's very good point, is if we want to transition, or when we want to transition to sustainable mining and reducing our carbon footprint, we are going to have to get a lot more efficient. It's going to require new technologies, it's going to require automation. There's lots of change that's going to come that, as you say, will have a direct impact, possibly on the previous way of thinking. So operators and maintainers that were working on operating a truck and had a mechanic that's working on that truck. As an industry, we're starting to see a shift. So if you previously would have had a truck operator, now you may find that job creation will move to a different role, supporting the infrastructure, supporting the setups associated with that automation on the site. The challenge to that is that's only a technology or an environment that will last for the length of the life of the mine. And so we need to be thinking about what are industries or areas that we can improve or accelerate for job opportunities that are alternative to the mine and maybe supports the mine during the operation time, but when the mine shuts down, we'll continue to operate. And to my colleague's earlier comment around micro power systems, I think that's a key understanding. If you look at the transition towards solar panel, battery operated sites that are standalone, can generate their own power, there is a fantastic opportunity to grow the size of those, have those operated by communities, and at the point that the mine site leaves, that power then gets injected back into the grid, whether it's localised in a micro grid or whether it can be moved from there. But I think that there are two examples of possible changes that we can shift, and I think as an industry we need to work together, we need to think about what our options are and how we support each other. There is a competitive advantage in some of these areas, but if we work together as a whole, we'll end up in a much better position faster than if we try to compete. And I think that also leads into the partnership with governments and communities on what are opportunities that we can do to try and improve that area.
Right. Thank you. Natasha, talking about infrastructure, this time transport infrastructure, another sort of really important dimension. Transport is quite a challenge in Africa. In fact, there are 30 plus deposits of iron ore, bauxite, manganese, and whatnot in Africa, which in many other continents would have been in production because of the lack of or the insufficiency of infrastructure. What needs to be rethinked in terms of approaches to infrastructure development? What new ways could be developed to speed up infrastructure development and for multiple uses and for multiple users?
I think two concepts come to mind if I listen to your question. The one is collaboration and the other one is execution. Within the space of collaboration, it's important for us to consider who's best suited to do what work. So if we consider, and I think there's probably a couple of big players in execution here. You obviously have government, and you have government setting the right policies, creating a stable investment environment, and we've seen the South African government already doing quite a number of that. Just from a mining point of view, our mining charter is leading the way. We've seen a level of stability over the last number of years. So that is the work of government, right? Then we need to consider, well, who's the best place to execute on development work, and with the emphasis on execute. How do we get the private sector to really step in and execute on the aspects that we need for economic development? And again, a couple of examples come to mind, because I do think we need to start to shift from having conversations around this and being courageous in stepping into execution in the end of the day. We've recently launched one of the biggest public-private partnerships on water infrastructure into the Far Eastern Limb, 25 billion partnership between mining houses and government. And that execution is led by a collective it's a true public-private partnership. And I think the same goes whether we're talking energy, whether we're talking energy clusters, microgrids, transport. How do we bring the people together who are basically positioned to do the best work? I think the other important player that we often underestimate is our smaller players. We are talking about mining, we're talking about bigger mining houses, but the reality is I'm really encouraged and fascinated if you just listen to what's been happening over the last couple of days and how smaller players are doing their little bit around how SMMEs are coming to the fore using IP, South African IP. One such a company, Bambili, comes to mind, who's working with UCT IP that we have in South Africa to produce fuel cell membranes, as an example. We underestimate the capability and the capacity in our countries for entrepreneurs and smaller businesses to come to the party to help to execute. And the same goes for our transport sector. And if you consider just how many trucks we have on the road, because immediately as we start to enter into a challenge on rail, what happens? The private sector, the smaller players step in and they start to put trucks on the road. So how do we continue to really leverage that kind of capacity that we have across all of the players? And that obviously plays directly, you've had the question around local economic development, how we bring our communities along. It creates so many opportunities for us to do that. Now, our president said this morning we should stop criticizing and start participating. And I think we underestimate the level of urgency that there is for participation across the industry, whether it's energy, whether it's transport. I think in all of those, leveraging those. But we need to be specific. What is government's role in there? And I would argue if you consider rail, if you consider energy, be very clear. Is transmission there? Because on a microgrid, you can leverage so much more if we've got the transmission in place. And it's those kind of things that I think we need to be very clear on. And there's enough examples where people stepped into the fray and actually starting to make it happen. So the question is, how do we harness more of that capability and energy?
For talking about microgrids and building on what Natasha was saying, looking at some examples in Africa of companies working on decarbonization and building solar plants, how do we make sure that this power is also not only benefiting communities living around, but how do we make sure that it is done in such a way that communities are left with something at the end of mines, and who should potentially bear the cost of the extra that needs to be done for that to happen?
Well, firstly, I think we need to ensure that we make integration, or perhaps even integrated planning, a top priority for all governments on the continent. Integrated planning bottom up and top down. But whatever the burning platform is in a power block or in an economic block, what we found is that the burning platform of load shedding, as the President was saying earlier this morning, President Ramaphosa, in South Africa, we have found that in the last 100 or so days that we've been active as a new board, we've benefited greatly together with the ESCOM management from the work done by the President through the National Energy Crisis Committee, where a concept has been put in place that seeks to drive agility in decision making. We as ESCOM put together a turnaround plan that seeks to ensure that we restore energy availability. That turnaround plan then was presented to this, we call it NICOM, this integration committee that is chaired by the President, where we articulated the externalities to ESCOM that are necessary to remove obstacles. Whether it's to your point, to create a feed-in tariff so that whoever puts in additional power can then deliver their surplus onto the grid, whether it's land servitudes, all these key dependencies we found that there's an idea of doing action labs. So you put every decision maker in the room and literally go from one decision maker to say, what are you going to do from a revenue point of view, from a regulatory point of view, from a land point of view, all these decision makers in the same room, and when they leave the room, a package of decisions are then presented to the president to approve where his approval is needed. So I would think that if we were to take that model and look at, for instance, we have in South Africa, last time I checked, Natasha leads an energy council that is trying to put industry together. So for instance, if you took that energy council model and you took the power pools that already exist, thirdly, you take the associations of minerals council, given that we're talking mining, if these three forces could sit in the same room quarterly or 6 monthly and face the same priorities, we will find that we'll achieve integration quicker. And then we can then fast track. Agility is key. Lastly, in the space of microgrids, we've just completed a pilot in the Free State where we've got something we call power station in a box, where we've taken your industrial container, converted into a self-managing solar power station. It can power up to 50 homes, basic homes, and in a microgrid, those homes currently, they're protecting that system like it's gold because they haven't experienced load shedding throughout the pilot. And we're now ready to roll out those micro grids into communities so that you insulate the indigent and the poor, bottom up, from load shedding. It can also serve as a good measure for small enterprises that can be connected together. And so those kind of initiatives require these collaborative approaches, but it must not just be a talk shop. There must be the equivalent of this action lab where decision makers are in the room, and when they leave the room, the decisions are made.
Okay. Just, Johan, building on that, one of the key stakeholders is also civil society organizations, and ESG being very important for access to market going forward. So how do we make sure that, this concept of collaboration also builds in that important stakeholder to make sure that at the end of the day, the key stakeholders of the mining industry are moving in the same direction and helping Africa, to actually attract those investments and to make sure that the outcomes get shared with the widest possible number of its citizens.
So, as far as we're concerned, it all starts with leadership.
Yeah.
And not only the right leadership capabilities, but also the right mindset. Someone used the term yesterday to describe Roger Baxter as pathologically optimistic. And I couldn't think of a better way to describe the mindset required to take us forward in this journey. For me, the second most important component is that we don't think about sustainability or energy transition as a bolt-on to what we're doing, but that we actually establish a way of working in our organizations which is integrated into processes, integrated into every part of the organization, so that there's a complete transformation about how the organization functions, and not simply sort of sitting on the side as a function that we also do as part of our business. I think the third point I want to make is we have to understand where, as an industry and as companies, we are vulnerable, and make sure that we put a foundation in place to anticipate that, but also be able to respond to that in a fairly structured and organized manner, to be able to ride out some of the disruptions that are likely to be coming our way as part of those cycles.
Right. Natasha, hydrogen really labeled as the energy of the future, and PGMs and some of the projects happening in Africa around hydrogen, including in Southern Africa, and the whole sort of decarbonization dimension, what are some of the really key things that come to mind to be done for Africa to to decarbonize and make sure that it is competitive in terms of its minerals and metals production in the future?
Now, hydrogen is a very interesting technology that's very close to my heart for many reasons, but among others, that the forecast is that hydrogen will make up 25% of an alternative energy source. And I'll explain the energy source in a minute, to decarbonize the powertrain or the power economy. The benefit about hydrogen is it's interesting on the moment you start to look at hydrogen in its total system, that aspect of water comes to mind. We all know that electrolysis around water is quite expensive and quite often it is unaffordable. Within the value chain of hydrogen, electrolysis required to have the right quality of water to generate hydrogen also make the cleaning up of brine water affordable. Just thinking about that interdependencies and systems. I think hydrogen, in addition, is a really good alternative form of transporting energy because you are transporting electrons as molecules. And we all know part of a big challenge we have today is to get electrons down a transmission line because we don't have enough transmission. It is a very valid alternative source of mobility for energy. In addition to that, we in South Africa and Southern Africa have more than 90% of the world's PGMs required for supporting the hydrogen industry. And it is probably only taking about 4% of the resources required as an energy source and a storage of energy source when you compare it to batteries. So if you start to think about the intensive value chain requirements and the kind of 30 more Quellaveco mines, as a mine in Peru that we have as Anglo-American, that kind of intensity is immediately reduced to less than 4% of that for the hydrogen economy. So it doesn't only make many other natural resources available to us as an industry or as a society. It makes it more financially viable. The global impact on mineral resource intensity is reduced, and it opens up an opportunity for us to think differently around energy mobility than just putting it down a copper wire.
Thank you. One question that really came in the discussions in the past and the past Indabas and the past few days, certainly where the World Bank had been involved, is the question of trust between governments and other, some mining companies. The question of revenues, the question of transparency, so broader questions of benefits to some extent. I guess the question to all the panelists for the next 5 minutes is, how do we go about addressing that question of trust? What types of information perhaps should be put out more there to make sure that both in terms of content and medium, that it is accessible to the largest number of people so that expectations are set at the right level. So that's a question for any panelist who wants to take it first.
Well, maybe I can kick off, and I think really you need to start at the corporate or enterprise level, and you need to be a sustainable miner. So you need to have the right behaviours, the right values, show real examples of where you're a sustainable miner, that you're reliable in what you do, you're reliable in what you say, how you operate, where you operate, and your reputation needs to be excellent. So I think that's whether you're a junior through one of the majors, and I think that's the key part that sets you up to have those discussions. I think the second part is when you do have the dialogue or the discussions with the governments, it needs to be very clear that it's beneficial for both parties. I think at any time there's a differentiation where maybe there's a feeling of advantage being taken, or where there's any area of misconception about what was promised or expected versus what was delivered, immediately opens the door to a really difficult operating environment. And I think the third one is, when coming into countries and operating, is again to show the sustainable mining, to show that what was discussed and promised at the beginning is being delivered. There will absolutely be challenging times where there are misconceptions, there are areas of lack of trust, but having that opportunity to have the dialogue, discuss those challenges and then try to land on a position that's amicable for both parties, again, is critical to the process. So I don't think there's any silver bullet, but if you initially make sure the organisation is run to a level of sustainable mining with a good reputation, we'll definitely start that environment in a good place.
Great. And maybe in terms of Africa having lots of solar potential, lots of wind potential, and innovative sort of financing mechanism being put in place. What are some of the things that could be done fairly soon to tap into those financing mechanisms to address power needs?
Well, I think firstly we must appreciate that solar, wind, and most of the renewable energy sources are still evolving. And so far, we must appreciate that in large countries that are industrializing or industrialized, aspiring to mature industrialization, you cannot just depend on solar. Although the notion of base load is becoming an old concept, but for security of supply purposes, you need to balance your energy mix. It's very key. And ensure that, yes, you strive towards a just energy transition while you simultaneously ensure that you find other alternatives that provide you sustainable security of supply. Indeed, if you look at the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and many other DFIs, there are evolved solutions in terms of how you package financing of solar power production. There's also a growing body of private equity capital specialists. Various private equity players are continuing, in South Africa at least, virtually all the IPPs that exist in South Africa. Behind, they have the backing of either a commercial bank, but mostly there will be a private equity player in there. And the benefit of these private equity players that I've seen is that because they've seen other models in other economies elsewhere, you are able to ensure that you don't repeat the same mistake. Lastly, if you look, for instance, at Spain, if I can pick on them, they were first to market when solar became a key, and it almost bankrupted the economy. And they had to circle back to where I'm saying that you've got to have a healthy, sustainable energy mix and not just rely on one particular renewable source.
All right. Natasha, maybe for the closing points, just if you could share some thoughts in terms of how to drive further sort of the benefit sharing or the equity of benefits from the minerals, so that the upcoming development is viewed as being more equitable.
I think it probably links very close to your question around trust and a number of the conversations we've had. If we consider the minerals that we have available across Africa, and we also consider the natural resources we have across Africa, we need to, and as mining and big industry, we do need to consider our accountability in that process. And keeping ourselves accountable and be very transparent about the measures that we have out there and how we're performing against that measures. But at the heart of it, that resource belongs to the people of the countries we operate in, firstly. Secondly, we're working with capital that belongs to our shareholders. It also doesn't belong to us. And then thirdly, we have the amazing people of the continents and the countries that we operate in that really enable us to extract the value that we need to the benefit of everybody. And I think over many years we have learned, and we continue to learn as a mining industry, on how to become better, how to continue to put value back into society. And I think it is a prerequisite for us today to think about that balance, and not only to think about, but to execute against that balance. And making sure that as we extract the value, we need to remember that these resources do not belong to us, the money doesn't belong to us. We need to be really thoughtful on the interdependencies across the value chain that we need to unlock to really make the decarbonisation possible and to unlock the potential that it has for Africa.
On that words, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel for this great discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you to our panelists. I hope that you do have your gadgets all working and you are using our hashtag MI23. So that's MI23. So this year is really incredible, and we're turning on another exclusive session. It's only available at this year's Mining Indaba, and a unique opportunity to get the perspective of two well-known CEOs within the South African business circles and sector. Both men are in the process of stepping down from their respective roles, actually, and in their respective organizations, and both have incredible insights and knowledge to review the South African energy landscape and to unpack its current status and its challenges, but also to put forward the potential solution that will see the country move forward in the just energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please help me give a warm welcome to Andre de Ritte, outgoing Group Chief Executive of Eskom Holdings. And of course, Roger Baxter, outgoing Chief Executive for Minerals Councils South Africa. Over to you, gentlemen.
Master of Ceremonies, thank you very much indeed. Mistress of Ceremonies, I should say. Good morning to all of you. It's great to be on this panel. I'm Roger Frank Baxter. On my right-hand side is Andre Direct Rater. Him and I have agreed that he's Frank, I'm Direct, and we're going to say it as we see it. It's a great privilege to be here to talk about South Africa's energy landscape. It's an incredibly important discussion. And let me start off by saying, Andre, welcome. You and I go back a long way, NAMPAC days and a few other things, but when we think about the energy sector, and particularly the electricity sector, the mining sector and the electricity sectors are joined at the hip, just like the mining sector is joined at the hip with the logistics sector, Transnet. And I like to use the analogy that electrons are the heartbeat of the economy, so electrons being Eskom, while logistics are the vascular system, effectively the veins and arteries. And so when the heartbeat is weak and the vascular system is clogged, this has a massive impact on the health of the economy, the body of the economy that we have in South Africa. So we sit here, we have as a country something like 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's installed electricity capacity. And Eskom itself has about 48 gigawatts, if I remember correctly, in terms of the total installed capacity. And over the last number of years, we've seen the energy availability factor coming down for a multiplicity of factors. So I just want to reflect a moment before Andre comes in, because this is a conversation between him and I, and all of you. I remember sitting as one of the energy policy white paper negotiators back in 1998 at NEDLAC. For my sins, I don't quite have Andre's grey hair, but you probably understand why he's got that and I haven't quite got there yet. But we worked very hard on that energy policy white paper, and that was agreed in 1998. And in fact, we remember engaging as the Minerals Council, or the then Chamber of Mines, with Minister Phumzile Mlambo Nguka. In 2004, it was Dr. Konfokonya, who was the president of the Chamber of Mines at the time. Myself and a couple of senior execs went and met with the minister, and I remember us having a chat in 2004 and saying, Minister, you've got an energy policy white paper, you need to implement it, but you also need to let Eskom start building some new power stations. And I remember the response was a little bit muted from the DMRE at the time, and we indicated that, Minister, by 2007, according to our models, we're going to be in load shedding. And it wasn't a little bit too later. 2007, Eskom was starting its first bouts of load shedding. In 2008, January 2008 was the worst period, because we then were basically 50% demand curtailed as the industry, and then 20% demand curtailed. It was quite a challenging particular period with lots of engagement taking place. But what I wanted to start off by saying is that the industry has engaged extensively with the leadership team at Eskom to look at how we can solve particular issues together. When Andre first took over, and back in 2018, we did second a whole bunch of engineers to go and help with technical reviews of power stations. We looked at how we could improve sourcing on the coal side. There were a number of different facets of the business that we worked on to try and get things going. So there's been a extensive engagement process. We would have liked to have seen it. Is it not working so well? Okay. Must be my voice not working so well. So there's been extensive engagement on how we can specifically resolve a number of different challenges, and we've made some progress in certain areas. For example, halving the grid tie connection time from 210 days to 105 days, based on engagements between Eskom's leadership team and ourselves. And we've also managed the load shedding crisis fairly well through our demand curtailment protocols that we have between ourselves. So, Andre, your take on the energy landscape as you see it right now, and then we'll start jumping into a little bit of a take on President Ramaphosa's inputs this morning, where he seems to be quite keen to jumpstart the heartbeat and put in some stents to unclog the arteries on the rail side. So, but let's get your impressions, your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. The electricity crisis that we're experiencing at the moment, of course, is a constraint to investment. That's very clear, and that is why we need to resolve it as quickly as possible. So first of all, I think credit should go to the mineral sector for being true partners in helping us to manage this crisis. I think the level of cooperation that we get from entities like the Minerals Council, the Energy Intensive Users Group, really is very heartening, and it enables us to weather some of our unreliability in a far better way than would otherwise have been the case. So kudos to the industry for being data-driven, fact-based, and really cooperative in supporting the issue. But ultimately, we need more capacity, and we have needed more capacity essentially since 1998, when Roger, in his youth, was negotiating that energy white paper, and we've been saying this consistently. When I joined, I said Eskom needs 4 to 6 gigawatts of new capacity on the grid immediately in order to give us the headroom to carry out the maintenance on our coal fleet, and we just haven't had that, and therefore we have had to really struggle to keep our system performing as best we can, and clearly as best we can has not been good enough in order to address load shedding. So I think if we take a look at where we are today, Kusile 1, 2 and 3 down, that's 2,180 megawatts. We've got one unit at Koeberg out for most of the year. That's 928 megawatts. We have had a fire at Kusile Unit 5. That unit should have been synchronized to the grid in February. It will now synchronize to the grid in July, so that's another 700 odd megawatts. And then there is Unit 4 at Medupi. That's another 720 megawatts that's out. So you add all of that together and you look at around about 3.5, 4 gigawatts of capacity that is structurally not there. And the balance has to be made up by a pretty unstable, unreliable coal-fired system. So the outlook for 2023, I think, is a tough one. 2023 is going to be a difficult year. But now you come to what is in the pipeline. And this is where we've seen significant and I think very far-sighted investments from a company like Seriti, for example. Eventually they're going to install 900 megawatts of wind and solar right in the heart of Mpumalanga's coal belt, which of course is a great contributor to the just energy transition, creating jobs for coal miners and for people who've invested in coal for many years. You look at a company like Anglo converting some of their trucks to hydrogen, which they are fueling with a hydrogen plant that they've built on site. Increasingly, we are seeing that we are able to attract more private sector generation capacity to the grid. We see it in our stats, people who connect to the grid. We also see it in numbers collated at NERSA. There's more than 9,000 megawatts of new capacity that is either in the process of being built or in the process of going through engineering, financial close, and EIA processes to get connected to the grid. So our anticipation is that from calendar 2024 onwards, we should see a reduction in the incidence of load shedding. I think the important thing to emphasize, though, is that we shouldn't stop there. We have an aging fleet, we have an unreliable fleet that has been poorly maintained, and we should not sit back and become complacent again and think that we've now got 9,000 megawatts on the grid. We've got to double down and we've got to accelerate the capacity. And this is, Roger, where I think the President's structural reforms that he implemented in his speech on the 25th of July last year hasn't nearly got the credit that he should have for liberalizing the generation sector. And I think many of your members are taking advantage of it.
Well, Andre, yes, absolutely. And let me make the comment that as the Minerals Council, we met with the presidency, with the EIUG and FAPA back in February last year. We injected some people into the presidency to help with understanding what the specific constraints were. The constraints were not specific to Eskom. The constraints were more environmental lead times to authorization for environmental permits, taking 18 months. In fact, I said to the President, Andre, jokingly, I said, Mr. President, how is it possible that a mining company with an established EIA has to wait 18 months to get approval for a environmental authorization for a solar project? I mean, shouldn't it just piggyback off the existing EIA? And the President joked back to me saying, Roger, I think I need to go to that department and find out what they do. That was his comment. So I think what we've done is we, through the reforms that have come out, the electricity recovery plan that came out in July, those are the biggest structural reforms that we've seen in South Africa in 25 years, in my view. They basically unlock the private sector's capability to invest in the energy system, which is what we also need in certain other critical aspects of the vascular system, which we talked about a bit earlier. So let me ask Andre this particular point. It's just my take is that these reforms are incredibly important. They will unlock a huge amount of capacity. In mining alone, we've got 10 gigawatts of projects that our companies are looking at investing in, probably $10 billion worth of investments that will come on stream. But there are some critical, those will only come on stream in 18, 24, 36, 48 months' time. And there are some critical short-term blockages. Just your take on the short-term blockages. Because again, we're sitting in load shedding, stage 3, stage 4 the last couple of days. On Friday it was up to stage 6. So people are not seeing the short term. In the short term there's obviously some real generational challenges, but in the medium term prospects are starting to look a little bit brighter. And I guess the question is, the transmission, state transmission company, etc. Those things seem to have taken a lot of time. What's holding us back?
Yeah, Roger, we are country number 106 to embark on the structural reform of unbundling a monolithic, monopolistic power utility. So we are by no means at the bleeding edge of utility reform. We are following a well-trodden path. And in fact, this unbundling, as it's called, has been mooted now for essentially the better part of 30 years. And we haven't yet got down to actually making it work. And
what's holding it back?
That's exactly the point. So at Eskom, we have done everything that we can. We've concluded an asset transfer agreement. We have set up the National Transmission Company, South Africa Limited. We have set up separate balance sheets, income statements. We have separated at a SAP level. Those of you who've been through that will know that's no minor exercise. So we've done everything in our power to enable the legal separation of our transmission business. Now, why is this so important? It is so important because investors want the assurance that their bids into an electricity market will be considered on an equitable basis with Eskom Generation's bid. So if there is some suspicion that somehow Eskom gets a peep into what the bids are so that they can undercut the market to the detriment of private investors, then obviously people aren't going to invest. And that is why this independent transmission system and market operator is such an incredibly important enabler to accelerating further private sector generation investment. Now, we are still waiting for a number of licenses. We are waiting for some legislative changes, and that has not been happening as quickly as it should have. Now, kudos to Operation Vulindlela, led by Rudy Dix in the presidency. They have been pushing incredibly hard to make this happen faster, and I really hope that we can make this happen as quickly as possible. A simple thing like appointing the board of directors for NTCSA. That's now taken, this month it will be a year since we submitted a list, thoroughly vetted and considered well balanced from demographics, gender, skill, to our shareholder, and we just haven't been able to appoint those directors. So I think there are some easy wins that we can deliver, confidence building measures that are required that will encourage even more investors to come in and put skin in the game, money into the ground when it comes to putting more megawatts on the grid.
So Andre, our view is very much aligned to the fact that getting the state transmission company set up as quickly as possible is not only crucial from the perspective of developing our day-forward market with an independent system market operator, which gives the confidence to the market participants to participate in that particular market, but also from a capital raising point of view, to spend the money which is required for strengthening the network. I mean, there's been various figures handed around of 80, 100 billion rand required to strengthen the transmission network. Obviously there are some moves, and again it's part of the electricity market reforms that the President announced of expediting the expropriation of land for the development of transmission infrastructure, because you don't have expropriation powers like Eskom might have had 30 years ago. So we're certainly in alignment on that, but again I think the issue that from the business perspective, from the mining perspective, is critical speed. We don't have time to waste. Every electron is one electron more that we can have, and I guess the challenge that we have with 84 Rand, 85 Rand per kilowatt in unserved energy from an economic cost on the economy is just so huge, not just for mining, but for the economy as a whole. So let me, again, just in terms of other potential bottlenecks that we need to resolve, because we've seen quite significant progress on shortening of the environmental authorization times. If a project's registered as a SIP project, it's down to 53 days from 18 months. We've halved the Eskom grid tie connection time. NERSA are doing their bit in terms of 14 days, I think it's taking to get a registration completed, which again is so we're getting, the building blocks are starting to form together quite nicely. What we need to do is to get a crescendo of activity around private sector investment in this. But I guess at the same time, it's the 6 units that you've been focusing on as Eskom to bring those back into a greater degree of reliability. You want to say a couple of words about that? And I'd be interested in getting your views on any of the other short-term bottlenecks that we should be focusing on as business.
I think we have been doing a lot of maintenance. We have ramped up our maintenance spend at our coal-fired power stations over the past 3 years. But as you know, these outages take a long time to plan. The replacement items, the spares, some of them have a 2-year lead time. So even if you place the order today, it's 2 years before you can commence the outage. They also require money. And some of our customers don't pay us. For example, the municipalities now owe us, some of them, total of 57 billion Rand. And that's money that we need in order to carry out our maintenance program. So our constraints are very considerable and structural. So we've been paying a lot of attention at some of our power stations that have been particularly problematic, Tutuka, Majuba, Matla, Kendal, and so forth. And I think these are the power stations that have potential. But I think we must also acknowledge that a power station like Tutuka really is still in the grip of crime, not to put too fine a point to it. If you look at the incredible theft that we've encountered and uncovered at Tutuka, the fact that this is where the power station general manager walks around on his plant accompanied by bodyguards and wearing a bulletproof vest, that is no longer normal. And if you look at the fact that Tutuka year to date is delivering an EAF of between 15 and 17%, which is shocking for one of the younger plants in our fleet, then it shows that unless we get to grips with some of the structural issues around Eskom, the theft, the crime, the corruption, we will not be able to resolve the issue. Now, fortunately, and I don't know if it's coincidental or not, but ever since my resignation, we've seen 25 arrests, and that's very welcome. We have shut down, or the police have shut down, 3 illegal coal blending sites. I understand that there are 30 more that are being targeted. And just the fact that there have been 33 illegal coal blending sites operating in Mpumalanga, where essentially coal is stolen, and we are supplied with discard coal, which doesn't burn so well and which really makes a mess of your coal mills, as well as your ash content in terms of emissions. That tells you about what an uphill battle it is to fight to turn around a utility when the entire state apparatus is not aligned and synchronized to those activities. And that's what we need to make happen. We need to get the state going. Now, again, I think the National Electricity Crisis Committee is getting there, and we are now starting to see action being taken. But it has taken a major crisis, stage 6 load shedding, to precipitate action, to galvanize government into action. And one would have wished, frankly, that it didn't have to come to this, and that we could have made these steps earlier than we actually now have been able to do.
So being frank, let's go back to the Energy Policy White Paper in 1998. If we had implemented it, we would have had an independent system market operator, a state-owned national transmission company, multiple private generators competing with Eskom on the generation side of the business, and the plan at that stage was to have 6 regional electricity distributors, but there were various roadblocks along the way that didn't allow that to happen, and we're now really implementing what we should have implemented 25 years ago. But okay, better late than never. From my side, one of the critical issues that we're looking at is the significant challenge that state-owned entities, both Transnet and Eskom, have faced a huge hollowing out of capacity caused by state capture, caused by voluntary separation programs, which basically enabled the brightest and the best to leave. Not saying that you don't have a lot of bright and capable people in the organizations, but Andre, you're running 90 generating units. Do you have the skill set in the entity to do that? Should it not be reduced to a smaller number and maybe let some other operators take on some of that burden of running some of the other plant? Or will the private concessioning on particularly on renewable and self-generation supplement, take over some of that, some of it maybe being defunct plant, being the fact that we've got 11 gigs of existing older generation baseload that will be shut over the next 10, 15 years. Just your thoughts? I mean, from my side, it's the skills and capability issue is, in our view, a critical component in what we've been trying to help you with at the same time.
Yeah, Roger, you are absolutely right. I think we do have a dearth of skills in Eskom. I think that's beyond any doubt. If you walk the plant, you talk to the engineers, you talk to the operators, you look at the state of housekeeping, which has in some instances been completely deplorable. We still have a long way to go to recover our skills. So therefore, I think looking at alternative models of getting the electrons on the grid is in fact very, very urgent. I think many people drive past some of our old coal-fired power stations and they look at the stacks and the cooling towers and they say, well, why aren't these things running properly? And the reality, of course, is that you cannot sustain mechanical equipment indefinitely. And the poorer your maintenance regime is, the greater the impact on its reliability. And that's exactly what happened. There's this narrative that Eskom management under my leadership has been anti-coal, that we want to move away from coal. And the fact of the matter is that that's devoid of all truth. We will remain a large consumer of coal for a very long period of time to come. The last unit at Kusile is scheduled to shut down in 2071 only. But the fact of the matter is that we have in fact been non-compliant with government policy. We have not been compliant with IRP 19, not because we've been accelerating the shutdown, but because we've waited longer than IRP 19 has said we should shut these stations down. So the facts, I think, disprove the narrative that we are somehow anti-coal. But the number of calls that I get from minerals processors, from manufacturers saying, do you have green energy available, because we are losing market share internationally. We cannot sell our processed commodities internationally because of an attributed carbon footprint, is a massive challenge. And again, you can rail about some evil North global conspiracy against South Africa. I think the world doesn't really care about entering into conspiracies of this nature. It is all about how does the world decarbonize responsibly. And you can try and resist it, or you can try and embrace it. And this is what I think we are challenged to do, and what we need to embark on with a lot of vigor and decisiveness.
So my take on that is that we are in the transition already. The process is happening as we go forward. The industry is responding. 10 gigs of renewable energy is just a starting point from our side. In my view, it'll unlock a lot of energy capability and green energy capability going forward. So it's quite a, I think there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of the ability of the private sector to unlock its capability in this space has been opened up by government and by the president. So I think his views on particularly re-stimulating the heartbeat. The electrons on the network are critical, and I think on the just energy transition, we in this process already. We need energy security in conjunction with a gradual process around the transition, but recognizing that coal is going to play a critically important role in our baseload right through to 2050 is quite important to say. So Andre, from my side, it's been one interesting heck of a journey. You were going to ask me a question about the mining sector side, just as a sort of closing point. And again, this is, we're not introverts. Andre and I are both extroverts, and we are outgoings, as outgoing CEOs of both the Minerals Council and of Eskom. Andre, any thoughts on your side?
Yeah, I think, Roger, the big question in my mind, and this is asked more as a South African than as somebody connected with the energy industry, is South Africa has missed out on 2 commodity super cycles, and we appear, from my perspective, to be on the cusp of another one. What needs to happen for us to take advantage of this third one and ride this wave to really unlock growth and employment in this economy?
So Andre, spot on, and the answers in our view are very clear, straightforward. So from our side, the security-related challenges that we're facing, particularly from the procurement mafia and others, is an area that needs to be brought under control, and the illegal mining aspect, which the state president talked about this morning. Unblocking the arteries, putting in place the stents that are needed to get the logistics system working. And as you know, we have a board-sponsored recovery steerco underway with Transnet. A little bit late, but at least better late than never. We had been engaging with Eskom all the way through the challenges that Eskom's been dealing with. Eskom, and obviously having energy availability factors and reliability is critical to our businesses. So those are 3 of the top components. On the red tape side, having an efficient off-the-shelf cadastral system, which the state president talked about with some excitement this morning. Having an online transparent cadastral system is going to be a game changer. Resolving the outstanding mining authorizations with the DMRE is working on at the moment is critical. We also think that shortening license times around prospecting rights, mining rights, and making sure that we have full transparency in the system, which will be enabled through a cadastral system which is being procured by the minister, is spot on. So we're definitely pointing in a better direction on these particular issues. Now we need to see these actually being implemented. That's really our call is not that we don't know what the solutions are working in partnership with government. It's about getting these things done as quickly as possible.
Excellent. That gives one hope. Maybe there is light in the tunnel after all.
So ladies and gentlemen, concluding, I was called the eternal optimist. I think yesterday was, in fact there was another name that was given to me, but I remain cautiously optimistic that with the right moves here, we can not only unlock the electrons and unblock the arteries, but enable much greater investment in what I think is a fantastic industry in South Africa. Thank you.
Roger, thank you.
Thank you to Andre and Roger, indeed. We'd like to take the opportunity to thank our main stage sponsors for 2023. That's African Development Bank, African Legal Support Facility, and of course, Connex for their valued support to the mining Indaba. So now we return to Africa's always topical gold market with our next 2 keynotes. But firstly, I'd like to call on stage, please help me welcome Clive Johnson, CEO of B2 Gold, on stage.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back again in Indaba, representing B2 Gold. We've had a very good conference so far. I'd like to thank the organizers and also government officials and others who made the time to travel to Cape Town. It's been a very useful conference for B2 Gold. This is a cautionary statement. Basically, it's a lot of words that really say that as a public company, there's going to be certain things that I will say that are forward-looking and therefore may be subject to change. B2 Gold is a Canadian-based international gold mining company. We are quite global. We have currently have mines in Mali, the Fekola mine, in Namibia, the Otjikoto mine, and the Masbate mine in the Philippines. But we're also very active in terms of development projects and also exploration. This chart really shows you the dramatic growth that we've seen in B2 Gold since we created the company about 15 years ago at zero. It was created by some of the founders, myself and others, from Bema Gold, which was a very successful company earlier on. So we said, let's see if we can do it again. Bema was taken over by Kinross in 2007 in a $3.5 billion transaction. It wasn't our first choice, but we were a public company. So we said, let's see if we can go and do it again. And obviously we've had great success growing the company, starting in Nicaragua, going to the Philippines, going to Namibia, and most recently the Fekola, as I mentioned, mine in Mali. So dramatic production growth from 0 to 1 million ounces of gold a year. We're very proud of that growth, and clearly our intent is to continue that growth. So we're very active right now in developing in advancing our existing development projects, continuing on with exploration, and very much open to the idea of mergers and acquisitions, which we're pursuing aggressively at this time. We had a very strong 2022, and with total gold production of just over 1 million ounces of gold from the 3 sites. And I think this is what a remarkable accomplishment when you look at the conditions that we were faced in the last couple of years, including COVID and all the challenges that brought with that, and shipping and logistics, and keeping people safe. I like to think that we did an excellent job at all of our sites, and we had tremendous management on the sites, which is critical in our industry. We learned a long time ago that you cannot run gold mines from Vancouver. So we've always had great staff on sites, supported by a very strong technical and management team out of Vancouver. So there wasn't a lot of site visits going on from our team during COVID, but we set records for gold production, and more importantly, we kept our people safe. And I like to think that's partly because of our corporate culture, which is based on the concepts of treating everyone with fairness, respect, and transparency, and being prepared to be accountable. I call it an extension of the Canadian culture. But because of the way we've done that in all areas we are, when it came to a crisis like COVID, we'd earned the trust of the governments and the people where we work. So we all work together to make it a very safe and successful period of time during a very challenging time, of course, of COVID. Our guidance for the year, this year, as we said, we produced over last year 1 million ounces of gold, and our guidance was to be all-in sustaining cost of somewhere between $1,000 an ounce and $1,050 an ounce. We will put on our final financial numbers on February 28th. In terms of 2023, we're looking for another year of right around 1 million ounces of gold production a year, and our estimate of cost, etc., will come out on February 22nd as well. So another very successful 22, which is after many, many years. We're proud of our history of delivering quarter after quarter, year after year in our guidance and production, going back many years. We are in an extremely strong financial position with over $549 million in cash in September 2022. We also are debt-free, which is a nice place to be. So we're generating substantial cash flow, and that allows us to pay an industry-leading dividend yielding 4%, approximately 4%. We paid $170 million to reward our shareholders in 2022, and that dividend will continue forward into 2023. So extremely strong cash position, but the mandate from our shareholders has clearly been to keep doing what you're doing, be a responsible miner, be a world leader in ESG, safety, and all those things that we are, but also, yes, pay a dividend, but leave enough money and have access to enough money so we can continue to do what we've done so well, which is grow the company through accretive acquisitions and through exploration as well. So very strong cash position looking forward. We also have access to a corporate facility of $600 million, a revolving credit facility with an excellent syndicate of banks. And that actually has an accordion that can increase by $200 million on top of that. So we're well positioned with cash, but also access to good financing terms for additional cash for acquisitions or construction of mines. One of the keys to our success has been that we do our own construction. One of the reasons we've done it so well. We don't use a lot of contractors and consultants. It's about the accountability piece, and that's how we've run our business, and we'll continue to. Our economic contributions in Africa are very large. We have 3,800 people employed in Africa. We've made payments to the governments of $353 million in 2022, and $112 million of that went to employees' wages and benefits. Our employment, we have extremely high numbers in terms of training. We're very proud of our training programs, and some 98% of our employees in Namibia are Namibian, and 97% of our employees in Mali are Malian. So we're very proud of that. And that is a big part of this fairness, respect, and transparency. We also spent $7.5 million in Skills for Employment initiative at Fekola, which provided technical and vocational training for nearly 1,000 people, including over 400 women. In 2023, we expect to make further investments in Mali. We are looking to build a second mill north of Fekola, about 20 kilometers to the north in the Anaconda area. We're also looking at upgrading or improving our tailings storage, and we're looking at replacing the mining fleet. So a total of around $140 million at the Fekola mine site. In terms of the regional, which I mentioned, we're building roads right now from the Fekola mill to 20 kilometers to the north to what we call the Anaconda area, all of this within the very large Fekola complex. The idea is by later this year to start trucking some soft saprolite material from the Anaconda area down 20 kilometers to Fekola to ensure we can keep the Fekola mill fed at 9 million tons a year. The longer term plan is looking at a study coming out in June on a second mill 20 kilometers to the north, as I mentioned. We're also in Namibia. We have a $75 million investment plan for 2023. That's based on we've got an underground mine production, which is development is continuing to be ongoing. We have some stripping work to do, and we're spending $6 million on additional exploration. We've had some recent encouraging results that suggest that we could significantly potentially extend the mine life at Otjikoto, which is always the goal. In addition to that, we've just started a small exploration program in Cote d'Ivoire, and obviously a prolific area for gold mineralization, and we'll see where we go, but it's early days, but we like the country and its geologic possibilities. So a little more detail on the Fekola mine. It's an open pit mine. I mentioned the production for 2023, around 600,000 ounces a year, and cash operating cost guidance was around $575 an ounce to 600. And all sustaining costs for 2022, I think we covered that, was also a little over $1,000 an ounce. So a low cost producer. We actually acquired it in 2014 when it was very contrarian to be acquiring gold projects and building gold mines. The industry hadn't done very well. Investors had lost patience. And we did a very accretive deal, friendly takeover a company called Papillon Resources, who'd done a very good job of exploration and feasibility. So in 2014 we acquired it. We started construction in 2015 for about $500 million US, and completed construction on budget ahead of schedule, as we tend to do. We have now produced a total of 2.5 million ounces of gold from Fekola, and we've expanded the mill twice. From the original 4 million ounces we had, we've now are well over approaching 10 million ounces in resources. But we built for that plan. We built for expansion if we found more gold. So we were able to expand the facilities twice to go from 4 million tons 4 million tons a year to 9 million tons a year. Dramatic expansion at very low cost because we strategically planned for the possibility of more production. So we started at around 300,000 ounces a year. Now we're at 600,000 ounces a year. So just a great success story. The Fekola complex, as we call it, some of this information is quite new. We've tied up an entire major block of ground, as you can see here in the map, with many licenses, some of which came from the Papillon acquisition and some which came after. This is an embarrassment of riches. There's so many deposits showing up along the way here That's why we've been doing a dramatic exploration program. I think we have 10 drill rigs up here, and basically very successful. So we have a resource to the north now of 3 million ounces so far, and that's most of that is weathered material near surface. So that's the material we're going to focus on trucking down soon, and then ultimately we're going to release a study in June that we think will confirm the fact that it's highly economic to build a second mill that would be an oxide processing mill. That's where I said we could add another couple 100,000 ounces a year, getting up to 800,000 ounces a year potentially over the next few years at Fekola. Clearly a world-class mine. Right now I think it's the second largest mine in Mali. So the opportunity here is to continue drilling, both in the weathered material, but also below that, where we've had great results in the sulfide, indicating the potential for other Fekola-type hard rock deposits as well. A great story that has got a lot of legs to go still. This just reiterates what I talked about. Basically, we're at 600,000 ounces a year now with the Fekola mill, which is from the Fekola deposit, going underground there. And the next year and a half, complementing it with underground material. That'll add another 50 to 100,000 ounces a year. And ultimately, as I mentioned, building a second mill could increase production by another 150 to 200,000 ounces a year. Now, this is subject to some additional infill drilling, to be clear. It is subject to a positive study that we're coming out with in June. We're highly confident that that will be positive. Quick overview of Otjikoto, Namibia. We've had a great success in Namibia. Both countries we've enjoyed extraordinarily good relationships. I think we've demonstrated, and the way we've treated people, the way we've run our business, I think we've earned the trust of local people and governments, and it's been a great success. It's a wonderful experience to be able to, in this business, to be able to dramatically change the lives of so many thousands of people, and that's at the top of our list in B2 Gold, and we've seen a lot of, you'll see a lot of the kind of social and ESG programs that we do. But Otjikoto is an open pit mine that has now gone underground as well, and it was acquired in 2011 by a friendly takeover of a company called Oryx Gold, and they've done a good job in exploration and feasibility. We started construction in 2013 and started production in 2014, building it again on budget and ahead of schedule. So underground production started in 2022. And December was a record, last year was a record month for gold production. In 2023, we're looking to produce around 200,000 ounces a year as the underground really kicks in to help increase the production profile. ESG, raising the bar. We've been doing ESG and CSR for the BIMA years and the B2 Gold years going back 30 years. And we were doing it before it had fancy titles or was something that people were required to do. We did it because it was the right thing to do. So we've always had a lot of focus on taking care of the communities that we're in, thinking outside the box. We're big players in the solar. The first ever solar plant built in the mining industry was built at Otjikoto. And obviously that's been a great success, bringing our power costs down and obviously eliminating the GHG reduction significantly as well. A large plant at Fekola, and that Fekola solar plant is we're looking at a study to expand that in conjunction with building a second mill. Another great success story. Solar obviously in Africa has tremendous potential, and we're great believers in this and also pursuing other forms of clean technology. So once again, I think we're sort of on the cutting edge of these technologies. Artisanal and small-scale mining. This is obviously a big deal in our industry worldwide. There's approximately 20 million people who are involved in small artisanal mining around the world, and there's not a lot of regulations. We were pioneers in Nicaragua when we were there several years ago, and it continues at another company today. And what we did is we had a lot of small miners, and we worked with them and the government to try and legalize what they were doing, to make sure they were mining safely and make sure they weren't using mercury and other bad chemicals or elements to get gold out of the rock. Very unsafe practices and very bad for the environment. So we worked with the small miners to form cooperatives to register them and allow them to mine some veins on our properties that were too small for us. But the rule was they could not try and process it themselves or take it to an illegal mill. They had to bring it to our mill. And we went from there to building actual additional small mills. This is a great business opportunity because all this is happening around the world with no taxes being paid. Millions and millions of ounces are being produced, and it's illegal. It's bad for the environment. And fortunately, we have an example of this up in the border between where we are and Senegal. The Falimi River, which is an important river in the area, it's the border between the two countries, has been decimated by artisanal mining. But it's not just people with with shovels and hammers. This is big-scale mining backed by Chinese companies, illegal mining, bringing in millions and millions of dollars worth of heavy equipment, mining some on our ground, some off our ground, all of it illegal. And this has to stop. So governments have to respond. I know the government of Mali, we met with them, they are working towards this, but I think the bigger picture here is the potential of legalizing small mining activity, keep the illegal money out of it, and actually it could be a good source of revenue for governments around the world as taxes become paid. Also a source of good, safe jobs for these small miners who are working in very perilous conditions. In terms of our community support, there's a lot of information on our website. We have a responsible mining report that comes out every year that is extensive and talking about all the various things we do in terms of the priorities are healthcare, education, agriculture. We partner with groups like UNICEF. We have all sorts of ongoing activities to better the communities. The bottom line is we want to leave these communities when eventually we finish mining in better shape than they were before. And I think we're on the cutting edge of this. And the other companies are starting to do some very good work in this regard as well. So in Namibia, we also have some very good scholarship programs there and supporting it, once again, education, health, and their partnership again with groups like UNICEF. This is a really passionate thing I'm very passionate about, and I think as a company we are. There's so much good that we can do. Conservation initiatives. We do firmly believe that mining has an important role to play in conservation. And if we take care of the people that are taking care of the animals that are keeping these areas safe and rid of things like poaching, we can do dramatic things pairing with NGOs as a responsible mining company. We've got a few good examples. In Namibia, some years ago, we created the Rhino Gold Bar that you see a picture of here, which is 1 ounce and 500 gram bars that have the black rhino on one side and the mountains of Namibia on the other. This was donated from the Otjikoto mine, our mine there. And basically the ounces we donated were about $1.7 million worth, 1,000 ounces. And that money has gone to helping the local villages in the far north who are in the area where the black rhino, the only place left in the world where they roam free. So our money goes to the funding of vehicles for the rangers that are protecting these, and it really helps the overall community. In Mali, we have an issue with the endangered West African chimpanzee, and this is where the artisanal mining is really threatening their existence as well. We are building roads up in that area, and we are doing studies, actively doing studies on how we can help save, frankly, and hopefully help the West African champy thrive in the areas we're in. So the NGOs in this area have said to us the best thing you can do for the chimpanzees is build a mine. Because in the process of building the mine, you can cordon off areas of safe passage for the chimpanzees and guarantee them a habitat, a long-term habitat. And finally, in Namibia, I'm been a supporter of the Cheetah Foundation, saving these beautiful animals. We were just there a few days ago. And that's a great initiative that we have done in conjunction. It's driven by the Cheetah Conservation Foundation, an excellent organization, doing some great work. So that's another area where we're trying to help in terms of hand-in-hand conservation and philanthropy for the betterment of the planet, including not only humans in the planet, but other animal species as well. Keys to success in Africa. We've had great success in Namibia and in Mali, of course. And I think the real bottom line keys to our success, just like it's been worldwide, has been one of the delivering the promises you make. And that sounds so simple. Well, if you deliver the promises you make as an individual or as a mining company, I think you tend to make more friends than enemies. And that is key. When you go around the world, Africa and other places, and you tell a president or a mining minister or the people of a community you're going to build a mine 2.5 years and train all these people and pay all these taxes and those types of benefits, they believe you, partly because you're a Western company leader. So many mining companies sadly have failed to deliver on the promises, and that's something that we need to continue to do. It's on the companies to perform. These people are counting on it. In addition to that, we have government accountability is a key point of what we do and how we're going to do it going forward and how we've done it so far. We do have to have the governments around the world realize we need a level playing field. We can't have different treatment for companies of different origin. We can't have that. That is going to choke off the industry and really threaten foreign investment. So there has to be a reasonable tax regime. We can't be killing the goose that lays the golden egg, and there has to be government support, but also government accountability as well. And the other keys is building these relationships, the trust in the communities that we live in, and we've done that for many years, not just in Africa but around the world. The bottom line again comes back to fairness, respect, transparency, and accountability. And I think that we've continued to set standards that I think the rest of the industry can follow. In terms of economic benefit, one final comment for you, because we hear a lot about foreign companies coming in and taking the gold from these countries, etc. Just so you know, when we look at Fekola, for example, we spent over $600 million so far in capital cost, actually approaching $1 billion if we include everything. After the mine's capital cost was paid back, because we put up 100% of that. The people in the government of Mali have realized over 50% of the economic value and continue to from the Fekola mine. So we take all the risk up front and we get paid back the money, but while that time the government is still getting royalties, they're still getting dividends on their 20% ownership. It's a partnership, and that's the way we like to operate. So when people complain about foreign investment and the local countries not getting enough, years ago that was true. I don't think it's true anymore, but we need to continue to have an environment where we can generate foreign money to come in and work in partnership with governments or countries in Africa. I believe there's a very bright future for us going forward, and we are open for business, more business in Africa, and we have a booth here if someone wants to drop by. With a project, we do everything from early stage exploration all the way through mining, reclamation, etc. So if you have time, come by and see us and enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to Clive, and we are now continuing our CEO insights into African gold projects. Please give a warm Indaba welcome to a Mining Indaba veteran who has once again joined us all the way from Australia. We have Jeff Quartermain, Managing Director and CEO of Perseus Mining.
Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, distinguished ladies and guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I start by thanking you all for your attendance here today, and by saying what a pleasure it is to be able to address this important investing in mining Indaba here in beautiful Cape Town, and in particular being able to do so in February without the immediate threat of a global pandemic hanging over our heads. By way of introduction, I am Jeff Quartermain. I am the CEO of Perseus Mining Limited, a proudly African-focused gold company. And if I'm not mistaken, we are one of the larger gold pure players currently operating on this continent, with successful mining operations in Ghana and in Cote d'Ivoire in the west of Africa, and a future mining operation in Sudan and possibly beyond in northeast Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the mining industry here in Africa, and indeed around the world, is at a very interesting point in its evolution. On the one hand, we have a very strong demand for our products, generally driving prices upward. This applies particularly in the critical minerals space, where inputs are required for energy transition through the manufacture of electric vehicles and similar equipment. And even this applies in the more traditional market for gold, the metal that Perseus Mining produces, where people fearful of geopolitical instability and the future prospects for global financial markets as we know them, are seeking refuge, or at least seeking to hedge their bets with gold as a traditional store of wealth. Now, at the same time, opposing these almost unprecedented positive market forces, we're experiencing significant global opposition from some sections of our society, particularly hardline environmentalists and so-called progressive social scientists, who consider that the possibility of damage to the planet and or host communities by mining far outweighs the benefits that mining can generate. Now, this opposition potentially suppresses the growth in supply, which of itself is self-defeating in the clamour for product to effect this much sought-after energy transition. And clearly this is something of a dilemma, I'm sure you would agree. Now look, I don't intend to dwell too long on this topic. today because, or to make a case either for and against the subjects, as these subjects have been very well debated in other forums at this Mining Indaba. I would, however, say that as a leader of a responsible mining company, these opinions are not entirely without merit and should be debated in forums like this, provided that the debate is conducted in a respectful and open manner, with the objective of finding constructive solutions rather than simply winning an ideological debate. As always, striking a balance is the key, and in this case for us at this conference it means finding a way to develop the massive natural endowment of the African continent in a way that is not permanently harmful to people or to the environment, and in a way that does genuinely deliver benefits to the traditional and current owners of this land. As we only know too well, this task is much easier said than done. And it's so easy to generalise when speaking about these matters, and I don't intend to do this today, but I think that mining in Africa does involve some genuine issues that do need to be addressed, and need to be addressed quickly before we lose the battle. My thoughts on this subject are not derived from an academic study or an intellectual think tank, but have been developed over a period of time by spending time on the ground around our exploration, development and mining operations, and talking to people not only in Africa but also in other parts of the world. Now, as we all know, mining for metals is not new to Africa, and in fact it's been conducted for eons and is an integral part of the culture of those who live in many parts of this continent. What is new, however, is the scale of mines themselves, the techniques that are employed, and the density of the population living on the land on which these activities are being conducted, just to name but a few things. I would like to think that most, if not all, of the participants in the formal mining sector today, and particularly those of us who are listed on public exchanges, are very aware of the challenges associated with harmonious coexistence with traditional owners, and work very hard at ensuring that benefits are distributed in fair and equitable proportions to all stakeholders. Now, I know at Perseus we certainly strive to do this, and this in fact is the publicly stated mission of our company. Now, one area of relevance in this regard that I will touch on in some detail is the area of illegal mining that the previous speaker actually mentioned as well, and the impact that this has on our host communities and host countries. I hasten to add that by this term I'm not referring to the work of genuine artisans who ply their trade in a manner that they have done for centuries. I am, though, referring to the criminals, some but not all of whom are third-party nationals, who equip and sponsor these activities strictly for personal gain, and who involve local citizens under conditions that in this current age are not only unsafe and environmentally damaging, but are blatantly financially and socially exploitative in a way that is reminiscent of colonialists from another era. So how do these activities flourish under the gaze of both the democratically elected governments and the self-appointed juntas that rule so much of this continent, or indeed under the eye of the descendants of the traditional rulers who governed this continent long before the invention of modern forms of governance? This is an uncomfortable question that needs to be asked, even though the answers can be quite confronting. Some people at this conference, I am sure, can shed some light on this, but as a participant in the mining sector here in Africa, I would observe that illegal mining is a scourge, that it has a very negative impact on this continent, and it needs to be reduced, if not eliminated. Aside from the obvious environmental damage that it causes, it invariably leads to corruption of government officials and or traditional rulers, and indeed ordinary men and women, and negatively impacts the social fabric of the local communities. The Hollywood actor Michael Douglas, in a movie about Wall Street in the United States, made famous the saying, "Greed is good." Well, I beg to differ. Traditional leaders who once guided their communities with moral authority are often being ignored, sidelined or worse, and in some cases men and women indulge in activities that leave a lot to be desired. Revenue in the form of taxation and royalties that should flow to the government coffers for the benefit of all citizens of the countries are being largely unpaid, or they're being diverted away from the scrutiny of officials. Physical health and well-being of unsuspecting workers is threatened by very, very unsafe work practices that lead to significant loss of life, much of which goes unreported and interestingly seems to escape the attention of the environmental lobby and the social scientists who are so vocal in opposing formalised mining. Now at Perseus, we encounter these issues on a regular basis in our interactions with our host communities, and we do our absolute level best to prevent it occurring on our properties, or at least minimising the impact. I have to admit though that at times it does feel like we are losing the battle, but you can be assured that we'll continue to do our very best to disrupt these activities as they occur, and to ensure that the legacy that we leave in our host communities is something that we can be proud of. But look, enough of this negativity today. In the short time that remains, I would like to share with you a very positive story that I think does illustrate that responsible mining is possible, and that with hard work and tenacity, not only is the mining industry on the continent of Africa alive and well, but it can truly deliver significant benefits to all shareholders. And this is our story. This is the story of our company, Perseus Mining. So, as I said at the outset, we are publicly listed. We are operating in Ghana and in Cote d'Ivoire, and have recently moved into Northeast Africa in Sudan. We currently produce around 500,000 ounces of gold per year at an all-in site cost of less than US $950 an ounce. As a consequence of this, we have a very strong balance sheet and strong future forecast cash flows. And of course we provide growth and dividends through this financing. We are a trusted partner with a very strong social license. We partner with governments, we partner with local communities, and we work very hard on our ESG activities and on value creation for all stakeholders. And we're guided, we are very pleased to say, by a very experienced and committed board and management team who have many, many years of experience in doing just this. You can see from this slide that the last 5 or 6 years have seen some very substantial growth in the performance of our company of Perseus Mining. All 3 mines are producing to plan, going very, very well. As I say, generating significant amounts of cash and exceeding guidance on a consistent basis. The 3 mines, as I said, are in, the first is in Ghana and then 2 in Cote d'Ivoire. Relatively, compared to some mines, relatively short lives, but we are working very hard to change that situation through organic growth. The newest of our mines is the Yaouré mine in Cote d'Ivoire, and this is something that we are very proud of. This was built, came into production in December 2020, built on time, or actually ahead of schedule and under budget. And as you'll recall, that was the period when COVID was at its worst. So having achieved that outcome was a major achievement for our team at the site, and they're very proud of their efforts, and we're very grateful for it. We have been producing well ahead of schedule since we came online, and most importantly, we've recently discovered a fairly major extension to the ore body. It's clear that the ore body in the main pit that we're mining extends at depth, and we will be putting in play an underground mine from the side of this pit in the next couple of years. So the Yaouré mine is quite important to us. Our oldest mine, our longest serving mine, is the Edikan mine in Ghana. This has been operating now for about 10 years. We've produced a couple of million ounces from there. Edikan has a relatively low-grade deposit. It's fairly challenging, but I'm very pleased to say it's operating extremely well at the moment and doing exactly what we have set out to do. We've also got an exploration opportunity there, and we've recently expanded the reserve and expanded our land holding around this mine, and we believe that Edikan has a significant life ahead of it as well, yet to be proven. The smallest of our properties is the Sissingué mine, which is also in Cote d'Ivoire, up on the border with Mali. It is much smaller than the others, but it's an outstanding mine. It's been producing very, very reliable from the outset, and has achieved all of the objectives that we set out for it. In many cases, it's gone well beyond that. So we're very, very happy with the way this is operating. It served us very well as a training centre for Ivorians. When we came to the country, there was not a great depth of mining talent in the country, and we've been able to take people who are basically farmers and train them in the way that we operate, and now those people are moving on to other operations as they expand in the country. The most recent acquisition that we have is the Maya Sand Gold Project. You may know it as Block 14, and it's located in the far north of Sudan. We recently acquired this property through the acquisition of Orca Gold. As you can see from this slide, the landscape around the Maya Sand area is not dissimilar to what I suspect it's like on the Moon or in Mars. It's a very, very dry environment, and is very, very different to what we've experienced elsewhere on the continent. Sudan is an interesting country. It does have a recent past that has caused some concern. However, it also is massively prospective and very largely underexplored. It has an enormous mineral provenance, and it's that feature that attracted us to this particular property. The country, as I say, does have something of a history. However, we're very confident that it is emerging from that period. I know that a lot of work and discussion is going on as we speak to form a civilian government and potentially hold democratic elections in years to come. But nevertheless, we have gone to the country. We have very, very sound agreements with the government of Sudan, and we have extremely strong support from the government of Sudan, most importantly, who are working hand in glove with us to bring this very, very large project into being. As I say, it is a massively rich area geologically. There's very few mines actually in Sudan as we speak, or at least formal mines. Manajam and Tahay both operate small properties, and our property will be by far the largest mining operation in the country ever, I suspect. And I have to say that one of the really pleasing aspects of this is the pride of our workforce and our team in Sudan in being involved in what is truly a transformational project, and something that can lead to, assuming that further investment by other companies follows, can lead to a very, very material change in the fortunes of this country. When we acquired the property, the mining lease, royalty agreements, shareholder agreements, etc., water permits were all in place. And I have to say that the Sudanese government, who negotiated these terms, did so in a manner to attract foreign investment. A feasibility study was completed by the previous owners, and we've been working to refine that since we've been in charge of the project. We're currently working to prove up the water supply, to do infill drilling in the resource, and to do sterilisation drilling around the targeted pit area. The FEED study is being conducted as we speak, and we expect to take a final investment decision on this project later in the year. We believe that at this stage we can see no reason why that decision won't be positive. We're working very, very closely with not only contractors from outside of the country, but also people inside of the country, and we've been very, very pleasantly surprised at the industrial capacity in Sudan, which will help us enormously when we get to build. Now, sustainability is something that is often spoken at these events, and this is something that we find a little bit interesting because, as the previous speaker said, this has been part of our DNA forever. Without a strong social licence to operate, you don't operate. It's as simple as that. And so we have always put a huge amount of effort into being successful in this particular area. Now that it's become more mainstream, we do comply with all of the global frameworks as they have been set out. We have a very clear plan for achieving these things. We make enormous contribution to our host governments, host communities. About $500 million went into the countries of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire last year. We employ locally. I think, one of our mines, we have 100% local employment, and not far below that at some of the others. All of our procurement is local. So there's an enormous amount of financial benefit goes into the countries. Environmentally, well, we all know that's a non-negotiable point, and our tailings dam, our carbon footprint, etc., all matters that are regularly inspected, and we're working to achieve the uniformly expected standards. And governance, being a listed company as we are, that simply is not a matter for discussion. We are listed in 2 countries, we have banking arrangements all around the world, and we comply with the highest standards that can possibly be achieved, and with no exceptions in country and outside. So in summary, Perseus, it has very strong gold production, low costs. We're producing, as I say, over 500,000 ounces of gold per year, generating very substantial cash flow from operations, paying dividends to our shareholders, and conforming with global ESG standards, and are very well positioned for future growth. We are proudly Pan-African focused gold company. We are a company that delivers on our promises, and I'm very happy to be able to say today that this is the case, and that we are delivering on our mission of generating significant benefits for all of our stakeholders in fair and equitable proportions. I look forward to bringing further news of our progress at future Mining Indaba conferences. But for today, thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jeff. And now I'm especially delighted, I really am delighted about the next panel, and you'll find out why very shortly. They are the key partners of Mining Indaba, helping us to platform record numbers of women in the industry at our gathering during the last few years. I've had the privilege of meeting them backstage. You're in for an absolute treat, and feel free to take photos and to share them as well on social media using hashtag MI2023. Please, of course, let's also acknowledge our main stage sponsors again, which is African Development Bank. We also have African Legal Support Facility and Connex for their continued support and valued input to Mining Indaba. She's no stranger to the stage. Incredible woman, the next moderator. It's a Women in Mining UK panel led by none other than Dr. Stacey Hope herself, the Managing Director of Women in Mining UK. Please, a round of applause as they make their way to stage.
Wonderful. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for that lovely applause. And what a great introduction. I think I'll have to take her on road with me. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Women in Mining UK panel entitled Risk Appetite in the Mining Value Chain, not mining supply chain, but we will talk about supply chains. And how is that changing? And I think it's quite apt that you have women in mining leading this conversation, because risk comes in many forms, especially when we talk about the workforce. And we've been recently discussing quite a bit on workforce transformation. But we're not just going to talk about gender, although it will be the pinnacle of our conversation. We'll be talking about risk across the entire value chain of mining. And to help me do this, I have a stellar panel. So I will introduce them from the furthest to the nearest. So with us today, we have Megan van der Berg, who is the executive for Southern Africa of ACI Mining. Welcome, Megan. And then we have Tabang Tlaku, who is a mining and commodities analyst. And we need the mining and commodities analyst from Standard Bank. Welcome.
Thank you.
And definitely no stranger to the stage, we have Anik Michaud, who is the Group Director of Corporate Relations and Social Impact for Anglo American. Thank you for joining us. Yes. And, you know, we have to have a South African entity representing us, right? And I am so honored to have Khwetsimang Huma, who is the General Manager of Corporate Services for the African Exploration Mining and Finance Corporation. And last but not least, Marna Kleuten, who is the President of Ivanhoe Mining Limited. Welcome. Great. Now let's get to it. We only have 42 minutes. I thought they'd give us an extra 50 minutes because we've waited for that long. But I think right off the bat, we need to talk about what are the risks that we're seeing and how they're evolving. And I'd like us, since we're in South Africa and we have the only state-owned mining company represented on the panel, what are you seeing, Khwetsimang, as to how the risks are evolving in the South African mining context?
Sure. I don't know where to start, Tracy. That is, you know, like it needs the whole day to respond to that. If you look into how mining used to be viewed and how it is viewed now, it's all about, you know, a shared value more than anything else. No amount of criticisms or risks will really undermine the opportunities that are inherent in the mining, you know, industry. You know, if you look into where it used to be in terms of safety, environment, communities, you know, you realize today that it's no longer about profit, but it's about the people. It's about the environment. And the approach that, you know, humbles, you know, this industry is that sustainability is key. You know, there's a move from saying let's mine to make profit to a move to say let's mine to better lives in different ways. You know, in a nutshell, I can just, you know, say that we have evolved in such a way that it's not measurable. That's why I can't just summarize it within 2 minutes. It needs a day.
And I see Anik smiling, and I feel that this is the perfect time for you to jump in, Anik.
Wasn't my question. No, seriously, I could talk about from more of a macro perspective. I could say, you know, resource nationalism. I could say geopolitical fractioning. All of these things obviously are affecting us. The thing. My team would know that with that question, I will always push back, because through all of this, through risk, there's always opportunity. And if you actually think it through, you will see changing business models, etc. And that's when you are able to seize the day during these periods of high volatility.
Absolutely. And Megan, as a supplier, you know, you are one of the strategic suppliers for the mining companies. what resonates with you, especially when Anik talks about, that component as to how we are able to pivot with these risks. And maybe, sorry, Megan, but maybe talk about what has occurred, especially with COVID-19, to the suppliers, because that's something that's quite relevant to most people in the room.
Sure, thank you. So I think I certainly do share the sentiment. From risk breeds opportunity. We often like to say that we don't like to waste a good crisis. So in the true spirit of that, I think if we look at what happened with COVID-19, there it was really around managing the safety of people. Once the world sort of hit the play button again, it was what's going on now. There was suddenly this supply shock and a demand shock, and these two chains were not really integrated to each other. And as a supplier, and we operate, we're multinational, but we've got very strong presence in Africa. We had a lot of our customers looking at us saying, what now? We need to carry on and we need to hit the ground running as quickly as possible. So certainly one of the really great things that we've seen come out of this is that the discussion has moved from a vendor and customer transactional relationship to really talking around collaboration and partnerships again. And through that, there really is a lot of innovation coming out. So a lot of these things that we like to refer to as ESG, and we were having a chat earlier on backstage saying, this is something we actually do naturally, but sometimes we need context or something to happen to really push some of those things through. So what we are seeing is the concept of nearshoring, yes, but what it's also doing is it's enabling us to look for better technologies, better products and services, and allowing us to create industry in a lot of these countries that really need some investment. So allowing us to become independent of sort of international external forces and bringing back that control. What we're also starting to see again is the innovation, bringing in of new products that are not so dependent on these critical raw materials, but then also bring in a lot of the benefits of reduced carbon footprint, less hazardous chemicals in them. So certainly from a supplier perspective, we're really excited to collaborate with our customers again. And one other thing that has certainly come up is we know that insurance is sort of a grudge purchase. But what has also stemmed from this is the realization that both parties need to invest to ensure that we ride the storm. Yes. And it's really great to have those sort of mature conversations to say, as companies, we want to continue growing, developing, and building the wealth of the continent. And how are we going to start doing that together so that it's fair on both sides and we both benefit from these rewards?
And that's interesting because you've definitely circumnavigated quite a few of the bottlenecks that a lot of the mining and commodities analysts have been talking about. And maybe for the audience, if we could turn to you, Tabang, to really talk about what are those mining value chain bottlenecks that you're seeing from Standard Bank, and maybe how you're using that to advise your clients coming to the bank and looking to the bank for that information. Yes.
Thanks, Stacey. If you look at the mining value chain, it actually tends to have bottlenecks across the entire chain. And as unbottlenecking occurs at one point of the bottle chain, it tends to move, or the supply chain rather, it tends to move to another. I think the bottleneck that's most common across most mining companies globally tends to be around logistics, whether it be land or sea. And some of the key factors that we have seen that have added to these challenges have been geopolitical tensions between countries, as we saw just over 2 years ago when China instituted bans on Australian coal, which tends to be disruptive to trade flow. And then even if you have local political tensions in countries such as Peru, which we've seen has been quite disruptive to mining, particularly of copper, regulatory uncertainty in Chile, which has really delayed further investment into copper in that country. And as we know, it's quite an important green metal as part of the energy transition. And then trade restrictions, such as tariffs, quotas, subsidies, or even outright bans. And then, as spoken about earlier, COVID-19, because it interrupted manufacturing in China, it had a ripple effect on global supply chains rather. So all these factors tend to significantly affect trade flows, and I think they tend to sort of cause inefficiencies in market pricing. And the way we've seen that materialize is through heightened volatility in commodity prices.
Now, we've talked about so many bottlenecks and so many risks, but during all of that, Marna, Kamoa has been developed, right, and successfully so. How did you navigate those risks? And really, I'm guessing logistics would have been one of the major bottlenecks for you. How have you, as a company, worked to mitigate some of those risks?
So maybe if I can start just by giving the audience a bit of background on Kamoa-Kakula.
Yes.
It took us 26 years of hard work to become an overnight success. And we managed to build this tier 1 asset during the pandemic on time and on budget. And it was really a mix of people working together, but also our partnerships across the globe. We had teams in China that ensured that everything stayed on schedule. We had our teams in South Africa and in the DRC, ensuring that we manage that supply chain through the build so that everything's on schedule and on time through this build. It doesn't come easy. We had to adapt. Obviously, with COVID, we had a few curveballs coming our way. And we had to de-scope certain items and place it with different suppliers during that period. But that's sort of something of the past now. If you ask me what's the risk today, the biggest risk our industry is facing, it is to find more metals, more Kamoa-Kakulas. If we take that it took us 26 years to get here, the industry's been under-investing into exploration over the past decade, and that's where we need to focus. We need to focus on exploration efforts, and where are we going to go? We're going to go to Africa. That is the address of the future.
So if we're having to increase our exploration, we need to also manage the risks that come with that increase, that rapid increase. And at the moment, a lot of mining companies are still navigating the decarbonization discourse, ESG, and all of the elements wrapped around that. And how do we ensure that we meet our targets, but also not just meet our financial targets, as we talked about earlier, but meet our purpose targets, meet our social impact and environmental targets. And I'd love to hear, especially from the miners, from the suppliers, what does that look like for you, that navigating of risk, especially if you want to meet your net zero or decarbonization strategies? What are we putting in place? And Kuitsimang, you are a coal miner, right? And that conversation around decarbonization becomes a little more complex with coal miners, right? Or maybe we think it's a bit more complex. How are you navigating that, especially as a state-owned mining company?
The key focus is on finding solution. Whilst there's noise around thermal coal, the key focus is says, how do we diversify? I'm just going to take you back to our organization now. We call it the strategic ambition, where we're saying that there are minerals of the future. You are lithium, you are uranium, you are manganese, you are iron ore. So the strategy is not to really focus where the noise is, but find solution for that noise and make sure that the future is set. So the preparation is around how are we going to mine sustainably even those future minerals, so as we don't repeat what we are seeing now. So as we don't go, like we're saying that let us decarbonize and all of us focusing in that. And through partnerships, because as I'm speaking to you right now, we are partnering with geoscience. When he was talking about exploration, I was becoming very excited to say at least, because the banks Are you listening, Tabang? They are really hesitant, you know, to fund exploration. And they don't know that, you know what, it's investing actually, it's not funding. Tabang? It's investing, not funding. So when you look into our strategic ambition, we're saying that we're coming up with an integrated approach. Environment is going to be at the center, sustainability at the center, governance at the center. It's going to be a habit. You're not going to make it something that you are forced to do. You need to be regulated. We need to move away from that and saying that the regulation should be enforced whatsoever. We need to become responsible citizens. We've been talking about social responsibility. Let us talk about environmental and social responsibility, because right now the challenge around environment is what makes people to now invest in it. But if you look into preparation, we now have to prepare the skills. We don't have to wait to say now we need ESG because we are in it. We have to avoid the mistakes that we did. What you're doing in exploration, big ups. The banks, you've listened, you're gonna invest, not fund exploration. And we're gonna join hands and develop for the world. You know, the skills pool that you're saying that you are doing, don't do it for Anglo, do it for the world. Because we are very mobile and we want the solutions for the world. Not the solutions for Africa or for South Africa, solutions for the world. This environmental impact, it affects all of us. That's why we need to be responsible in making sure that when we mine responsibly. Even those minerals that will be in demand in the future, integrating the ESG, you know, going forward. Thank you.
And this integration, and thank you, actually, this integration, it's almost, what I'm hearing is it needs to be embedded, it needs to be integral to the culture. And it's not that I'm playing favorites here, and I'm not, but I was just on a panel with Anglo, and Anglo stated that, you know, this has been embedded within our structure for years, and this is why we're able to pivot when crises emerge. So this was, it's not a quote, it's paraphrasing, but close to what was said. And not to put you on the spot, Anik, but this embeddedness in the culture, do you see that as maybe the mechanism by which we can move away from the regulations, as Koitsamang says?
So let me start with my bugbear. ESG. It is, sorry to bag, it is a formulation that was developed not long ago by the financial industry. I've always talked about sustainability, people, profit, and planet. And when those three things, and holistically thinking about those three things, and how they work together, because there's always an assumption that if you do E here, S there, G there, that it's not part of your core strategy. So just wanted, and then I'll come to why it's important to do things in the right way. So we've been working really for a long time, to work sustainably. Now this concept has evolved over time, and you need to stay on top of trends, and as I was saying before, turn risks into opportunities. COVID was a perfect example of that for us. So our COVID response was, yes, we needed to keep the mines going, so we needed to engage with government all over the place. We were talking about Chile, Peru, South Africa, everywhere where we were operating. And our program was a holistic program because we couldn't continue mining if we weren't going to take care of our communities. You know, still continue to provide them with water, with food in this case, electricity, et cetera, et cetera. In addition to that, we also, you know, when you start locking people up, you think about a whole bunch of social issues that come with that. So again, trying to think holistically about that, we had already started with our Living with Dignity, gender-based violence initiatives. So we put that on the front burner as well, so that we could create the mechanisms by which where there were issues, they could be escalated. And of course, the whole issue around mental health. So it's not just let's keep our minds going and do really a holistic view of how it worked. And we called it We Care. And I hope, and I'd like to think that our host governments, because of the holistic nature of the approach, was able to see that it was really about us caring. And you know, Tabang was talking about the volatility in Peru. Well, our mine in Peru, our copper mine in Peru that just got built, and not to compete, but on time, on spec, on budget too.
No competition.
And it is absolutely something to behold. Was done during COVID, and you're talking about tens of thousands of people on site through COVID. So if that foundation is in place, you can come and take it here, and that's why the integrated nature of all of these things. And to think that the E doesn't impact the S, and I can wax lyrical about this all day, but I won't.
Well, thank you. And Megan, yes.
Yeah, I think if I can maybe add to that, I think with the ESG that's come in and we start talking about sustainable development goals, we as Africa, we're at the African Mining Indaba, I think we need to be very careful that we don't try to westernize a lot of these KPIs and the goals that we're striving towards. Our responsibility as a mining sector is really to ensure that the African continent truly once and for all benefits from the wealth in its earth. So when we do look at ESG as companies, I think it goes back to the point of it is in your values, and everything becomes very situational dependent. So the S might be a lot more important when you're operating in Africa, for example, whereas the E might take a little bit more of a stronger focus when you're in Australia, because the truth be told is right now we are very much dependent on coal and coal firing up our electricity plants. And so we can't suddenly cut coal off and expect the S and the G to continue when we're trying to subscribe to a set of KPIs that's quite frankly not achievable for us right now in our current situation.
Absolutely, that's very
Stacey,
interesting.
can I just jump in on that for just 2 seconds?
Yes, please.
I couldn't agree with you more, and it was part of the conversation we were having a little bit backstage. Those Western companies or first world thinkers think that you can just flick a switch and everything's going to be okay, but not understanding, and that's why it's called a just transition. It's the whole just that needs to be part of that thinking. It's incredible. The unintended consequences of not having that approach is incredible.
Absolutely, and you know, Marna, you are operating in DRC. It is a complex jurisdiction. How is that working out for you?
I think one needs to look at different attributes that different countries bring. You know, it's we've got easy weather, we've got great mineral endowment, we have a very young workforce, eager to learn, and we've managed to successfully partner with our host communities. We train from our host communities, and if you visit our mine, our mining operators are Congolese. We have a world-class facility on site. We train our mining crews in one of our mines, and they are the guys that makes this happen. When we take investors on tours to our mines, it's our Congolese management that presents to our investors, that tells them about this world-class discovery in their backyard. And you can just see how proud people are of what we managed to achieve in Congo. So I think we're underselling Africa as a destination of choice for world-class assets and for doing things in a world-class way. Yes, there's a social focus, more so than an environmental focus, but when you have a copper mine, mining copper at a grade of close to 6%, and it's being powered by hydropower, I think it's very difficult to compete. It's a bit of a mic down situation. So, you know, it's the social footprint, your people that you get involved, it all just contributes to an immense sense of pride for Africa to be involved in these type of tier one assets. And I think there's way more to be discovered. And that's why I want to encourage some of the major players to enter these jurisdictions and to come and mine there. Because I think there's a lot of potential and we should get those industries booming in these more tricky jurisdictions like the DRC.
Absolutely, and I think across the board, you've all kind of given little snippets as to how one can do that. But if I'm a new miner entering into DRC or South Africa, maybe what would be that one nugget of advice as to how would you navigate those risks going in? What is the mindset that one needs to have entering into these types of jurisdictions? Marna, why don't we continue with you?
I think for me, the first thing is your people. So you need to build up a base of people that's got a good knowledge of the jurisdiction in which you operate, your local partners, your management teams. And then secondly, it's to stay nimble. You need to have fast decision making. Don't build up too much bureaucracy around you. Have good governance, but I think that's what sets our company apart, is we've kept our structures flat and we are able to operate in some of these jurisdictions because we do not have these multiple layers of complexity, and we are able to take opportunities and run with it and make decisions quite quickly.
Interesting. And it makes sense, right? No. Especially if it allows you to be able to pivot into different contexts and then maybe hang on those different contextual elements so that you can then move on it from DRC to Zambia to Peru, right? And go to Mangi.
No, I can say legislation is very key, the in-country laws. Because normally the local, just to lash on what Marna just said, to say that the local people will make things happen because they know the in and outs. So you're not gonna just waste time trying to find out, learning things, because that liability, they are going to take it away from you. You'll just hit the road running. And once they see the benefit, because it's all about them now, it's about shared value. So you're not really going to struggle, and you are going to be embraced instead of being seen arrogant whatsoever. And you will be coming as if you know, only to find that the people that are knowledgeable, that have actually complemented whatever that you are bringing into their country, they have made life easy for you. So I always advise that don't go in without local partners. I think that partnership is very key, because they will champion everything for you. They are already the ambassadors that are there already. You don't have, to start familiarizing them or inducting them, about their processes. Instead, they will just onboard you. Instead of taking you through orientation, induction, they will just onboard you and the things will go, according.
Absolutely. And Taban, yes.
Yeah, if I may add to the conversation. I mean, I think one of the common themes that we see in the global mining sector, not just in Africa, is that mining companies either have to go into safe jurisdictions and they have to pay quite a high price for those assets, or you could go to jurisdictions which are a little bit shaky and you get the assets at a lower price, but obviously you face heightened risks. Either way, stakeholders have to make a tough decision. And I think the decarbonization imperative has made this process even more complex, because if you look at a lot of countries that are resource rich in green metals, they actually tend to have jurisdictions that tend to be tougher. So what I've seen over the last few years is an increased appetite by the global miners to start moving into these tougher jurisdictions and find innovative ways to get these minerals out and export them out of the country. But what I've observed is that we're also starting to see governments try and attract corporate citizens and foreign direct investment, by advertising that they'll put together a legal framework that is sound and trying to sort of provide conducive business environments for mining companies. And I think the DRC is quite a good example of where we're seeing progress in that area. And then secondly, if I may, it's quite clear, and I mean, we've been on a lot of panels at this Mining Indaba, it's quite clear that infrastructure investment is imperative to unlocking value in resource-rich countries. And what is promising, and now that I've been made the poster child of all financial institutions, what is promising is that we're seeing banks and financial institutions sort of move from just investing in the projects and the assets towards sort of funding infrastructure. So if I think of Standard Bank, for example, which is the financial institution I can speak for, you know, if you look at their corporate and investment banking division, some of the key divisions include metals and mining, oil and gas, power and infrastructure, and telecoms. And if you look at the African context, those actually tend to be quite integrated. And I think it's important for financial institutions to be at the forefront of the resources in terms of research and financial provision so that they can facilitate their clients in the mining space and operating in Africa.
And Thabang, you've referenced beyond the African continent, and maybe I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but if we're looking at risk appetite in the mining value chain, what are you seeing now on the continent? And maybe you might have some reflections outwards. Are we seeing a lot more interest in Africa, and why? And maybe some insight into certain jurisdictions we should be looking out for? I don't know.
Yeah. So we have definitely seen an increase in, interest in Africa, and it's because of what I said, that if you look at countries like the DRC and Zambia, and I could even say, to some extent Zimbabwe and South Africa, they're resource rich in these minerals that we need for the energy transition. And so it's quite interesting. There's certain mining companies who, I'd say 5 or 10 years ago, would have never looked at Africa because their stakeholders would have given them a hard time. But now, the imperative to decarbonize is sort of moving from OEMs towards the mining companies, and so they are under pressure to drive the decarbonization. And as a result, we're starting to see them come back into the African market and start investing there. I think what is interesting is there's actually a lot of risk and opportunity, and I think that's a common theme here, in that when I look at something like steel, which is one of the most pollutive industries globally, a lot of the steel companies are trying to find technologies to produce green steel. And as it stands, DRI, which is direct reduced iron with a combination of electric arc furnace capacity, is the cleanest way to produce power with green energy. But the reality is, the bulk of the world's iron ore resources are not the high-grade pellet feed that's required for DRI. And so I'm seeing a lot of mining companies, Anglo included, and other big iron ore producers in Brazil partnering with the steel producers to try and find technologies that can actually use the resources that we have today, and seeing how they can add green energy together with carbon capture, utilization, storage, to say, well, what we have right now is 62% grade iron ore. How do we produce steel as clean as possible with the resources that we have today?
Interesting. I hope quite a number of people have been taking notes, by the way. I know we have on the panel. Thank you, Thabang, for that insight. We have just a few minutes left, and I think...
But I want to give my nugget.
Oh, Annie, please. I need her nugget. Tell me.
So I couldn't agree with what Thabang said more, and I'm actually going to come and defend the financial industry in just a second. But to your first question, and this whole local global thing that always happens. And it's a little bit more complex because you have to think it through the whole value chain. So your customers today are expecting a certain quality of metal. So very soon, you're going to find yourself, or your consumers are going to be asking, what's the label? I want to know, so provenance. I want to know how this metal in this car was mined, okay? That is coming at us. Now, completely agree with understanding legislation, completely agree with having the right people on the ground. But having the right people on the ground also needs to understand that there's a context in which all of this is playing itself out. And how you do things is so important. But to get back to your decarbonization, and what I wanted to say, and I'm hesitant, because it sounds very patronizing, but if you can be a force for good, when you have that context at the back of your mind, then it changes how you look at things. Now, on the decarbonization point, Tabang is 100% right. It is creating new opportunities. And I believe that we have an opportunity that we're evaluating. Our scope 2 emissions is where we plug into the grid. In South America, it is going to be already on renewables. So what do we need to do here in South Africa? And you heard Duncan speak about it yesterday. We needed to plug in, we need a green grid to plug into. Well, it would be nice to have a grid to plug into, but conversation for another day. So we created this ecosystem approach where we actually are getting into creating that whole renewables ecosystem. And what we found is that there are a lot of the financial industry is there, and it's not just the typical banks that you can think about. It's the impact funding, and it is also the multilaterals who want to get into this. And so there is money out there.
Yeah. They must give it.
But talking about consumers, they are already asking these questions, right? They're asking questions about where is it mined, who is it mined by, and what are the contexts in which these minerals are created. They might not understand the questions that they need to ask as well, or the responses that they get, but they're still asking. So it's already coming. And I think further downstream is where they get most of the questions, right? The car manufacturers are seeing it now.
Can I?
Yes.
With the consumers, I'm just going to lash on what he's saying, the global local. I think as well, we tend to just go with the first world countries, forgetting where we are at and the journey that we need to walk. And we right now, the customers or the consumers that are asking questions, check where they are investing as well. So when you look into, even now, the way the net for thermal coal in terms of investment and financing is closing, and when you look into where the thermal coal is and how much we are even exporting to the very same consumers that are asking questions and are saying that we need to minimize, and checking as well our impact as well. I would like us to really, as Africans, sometimes to be realistic and say that let us do it in a sustainable way. Let us know this, and we know that we need to increase the confidence of the foreign investors. That we definitely know that. But we need somehow to be embraced as well, to be able to be supported to walk the journey and to change the world together, not forever be behind and the world is up front and we are supporting the front runners and we remain behind. You know, that's something that I'm like saying that there are so many inherent opportunities, you know, in whatever challenges that we are facing. But we need to be fair. That's why Anik was talking about just. You know, the just part of it, let us not underestimate it. It's carrying a lot of weight in that sustainability. It has to be just.
Absolutely. We're all smiling here. And Marna is waiting to jump in. Yes, Marna, please.
It does sometimes feel like double standards. And I think we are not giving ourselves enough credit. The way we mine in Africa is world class. The way we embrace our communities, world class. The way we look after our environment, world class. We are held to a very, very high standard in all the jurisdictions we operate in, and companies such as ourselves are taking all the legislation we need to adhere to, but not just the legislation, it's your social license to operate. It's integrated into your business model. We don't even see sustainability or ESG, whatever you want to call it, as a separate business unit. It's part of what we do. It's ingrained in your business philosophy, and that's why for us, if they ask where our copper comes from, and we have to say it comes from Congo, we know that it's produced in a responsible manner.
Yeah.
We know we can put our brand behind it. So for me, it's about selling the African story and showing people that we are doing things in a world-class way.
Great. And Marna, I'm just going to stick with you for a second because there's something that resonated with me in terms of something that you said earlier in terms of the people. And I know that we have a few minutes left, and I really want us to, as a panel, really hone in on the fact that people are at the heart of the mining value chain. And I say that as one, I'm Women in Mining UK, so there's a gendered element to what I'd like to ask, but in a holistic perspective, we're seeing a great resignation. We're not seeing a lot of students coming into mining. We're seeing a deficit in the talent pipeline. How are you dealing and how are you addressing with this great resignation? And are you working towards retention models and bringing more people into the mine sector, especially in your jurisdictions, especially in the Congo, right? So please.
So we're in the process of constructing a center of excellence. We are working with the youth in Congo to get them into the mining industry. It is a mining-orientated country. I think the face of mining has changed. I mean, there's sometimes a disconnect between what mining is and what it results in. Everybody loves having a phone and love going onto an app and organizing a rally, but you won't have a phone if there's no mining. And the youth resonate towards tech jobs, but there will be no tech jobs if there's no mining. And I think we need to get that message out. This is the raw material. This is the ingredients that you need to bake this cake. And there will be no cake if we can't bake this cake. And we're trying to get that across to the youth. We're trying to put a bit more of a modern face onto mining. And we've been quite successful in attracting talent and retaining talent because we're a bit of a breath of fresh air in the industry. We try and do things a little bit differently, a bit of a modern twist on an old industry. And Robert would like to say it's the revenge of the miners. It's the revenge of Ivanhoe Mines. We're out there, we're discovering ore bodies, we're developing them. And we find that success attracts people to the business. And with new technologies, we also find new potential for females in particular to participate in the industry. I was fortunate to visit one of Boliden's mines in Sweden, and it's just amazing, how automated mining can be now. And I don't think we do enough to illustrate that to youth, to know what's out there, that it's no longer just digging in the dirt. It's a sexy, attractive industry. We all were speaking backstage about mining and how once you're in mining, you fall in love with the industry, and that's the only thing you want to do. So I hope participating in panels like this will resonate with other females. And I recently spoke at a Saudi conference, and there were many men that came to me and said, my daughter is studying, and I want to show her that there are successful senior females in mining, and it's an industry that's open to females. And that's the message we want to get across. It's an industry that's open to females. Come and participate in the industry. it's very broad. It's not just technical roles. It's a little bit of everything. And as we say, that sustainability, the green blood, now grows, it goes through our veins. And females, diversity, different views, different perspectives. It's not just male and female. It's about diversity.
Yeah.
That is what we want to bring to the table. We want to have different views and different opinions.
And I think, you know, that one point about being visible is quite key. And Khoitsimang, I know that you're quite passionate about this.
I can't wait. I'm like saying that in mining, you will only struggle with attraction strategy, but retention, it's guaranteed. Very addictive.
Exactly.
Once you are in it for life. Once a miner, always a miner.
But you have to make sure that the system ensures that women stay, right? That they feel that they belong. And, you know, we have a conglomerate on the panel with AECI. You're from the mining division, but you also have agriculture, you have water, you have chemicals. How does an organization like yours work towards maybe learning from each other so that you create this ecosystem of belonging for women and for others in the industry that might not have had the opportunity to come in?
Yeah. So I think that there's a couple of things there, but really I am fortunate enough AECI that is so diversified really does allow for a lot of growth potential across multiple sectors. So I think it's almost a two-pronged approach really. So companies can enable women, particularly as you navigating through your life stages, they can accommodate those life stages, and there are always positions available, even in a traditional mining house. There are so many different streams of employment. But the second part to that is a company can give you the opportunities, but you as an individual, be it a man or a woman, you've also got to map out your career path. You've also got to have a clear understanding for what are those skill set that you want to achieve, what is it that you actually enjoy, and how are you going to plan your life so that you can start also managing your personal and your professional life. And I think it really extends to beyond women. I think us as women, we want to be both career and we want to be a wife. The men out there, as much as they want to be successful businessmen, they also want to be dads and husbands. And I think the real challenge for the mining industry in particular, post-COVID, since people have had a taste of working from home and being flexible, is how are we going to introduce a little bit of flexibility into our work environment and allow dads to be dads and moms to be moms, but also when they check into the front door at the office, that they're 100% focused and committed to the office. And that's how we're going to retain people as well. So not necessarily a drastic change, but a different approach to making it appealing.
Absolutely. And we have run out of time, unfortunately. So I would love for everyone to please join me in thanking our audience, our panelists, for giving us their time. Thank you so much.
Absolute dynamite. Thank you, ladies. I'm a bit biased there, but it was absolutely fantastic. Now, we are going to round off the first part of day 2, and it's also a first for Mining Indaba here at Mining Indaba 2023. It's our pleasure to welcome to the main stage for the first time ever Daniel Witt, who is the president of the International Tax and Investment Center, who will be leading an expert and diverse panel on the important topic of taxation. So please, a round of applause for Daniel as he makes his way to stage.
We've got a few diehards. Thank you for staying around.
3. Is it? Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're delighted to be presenting the first tax panel ever at a mining indaba. And having listened to some of the presentations yesterday and the presidential addresses this morning, I think it's an ideal fit as we listen to the themes of partnership and collaboration. And we have a distinguished expert panel of taxpayers and tax authority representatives with us today. And to save the time, I'll let you read their names and their titles. I would draw attention that Ignatius from the Zambia Revenue Authority is also one of the leaders of the United Nations Tax Committee. He is the co-coordinator of the Extractives Industry Tax Subcommittee. They've developed many resources that have been public-private sector initiatives, co-authored, industry people from mining, oil and gas, and governments. Those are excellent resources intended to guide governments. There's plenty of links. We'll have more material than we're going to talk to, but we hope you will use this slide deck as resources. As I was sitting in the audience, this gathering of 9,000 people has the largest taxpayers in Africa. And these mining companies are your economic development partners. Their success, their growth will fuel the growth of the continent. And we haven't talked about it a lot the last 2 days. They will make possible the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. They will improve the standard of living for people across the continent. And I like to think of it as 4 P's. Partnership, profitability, profit for the investor, profit for the state, that leads to prosperity for your people. And that was illustrated by the comments from President Ramaphosa this morning, where he said there's great strength that comes from cooperating with the private sector. We have a common interest, and it couldn't be more true than with taxation. There is strong alignment between the government and investors on every element of tax, and we're going to touch on that in our presentations today. But just real briefly, and this is our agenda, real briefly, you think about stability and predictability. An investor needs that to invest large amounts of capital over many years. The government needs it as you plan a budget. Transparency. We hear a lot about that. Zahira is going to talk a little bit, as is Lee, what that really means. But that's critical for investors, capital markets, people, and parliaments. Simplicity. It's pretty obvious, but to make paying taxes easy and not scary, it's good for the taxpayer, it's good for the tax administration, and of course, dispute avoidance and resolution. You're going to have disputes. Every country around the world has disputes. But can you have clear legislation where interpretation is less important because it's black and white? That's how you avoid disputes on the front end. But when they happen, to have a mechanism so you're not burning down the house, threatening to leave the country, and you can sort out a way to resolve that dispute. And lastly, and consistent with the theme that we've heard throughout the Indaba of partnership, It's essential to build trust and mutual understanding between taxpayers and government. And we hope that this panel today, the first on taxation at Indaba, can lay the groundwork for ongoing dialogue and collaboration in the spirit of building trust, sharing know-how, and building capacity on tax between investors and government. So with that, I will put up this slide that one of the last great CEOs of Citibank, and this could not be anything more relevant when you think about tax, you think about regulation, you think about much of what President Ramaphosa said this morning. It's embodied in this quote. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Zahira.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you for having me. Such a pleasure to be speaking and on this stage. How do I make tax exciting for a non-tax audience? That's a recurring joke that we have in Anglo-American. But I seriously do think that tax is exciting, and is certainly exciting if we think about tax in an investment context, and in a way in how we make that investment ground actually very fertile and able to attract capital. People actually think, when I think about tax and investment, there are three main stakeholders that actually come to my mind, and they are investors for sure, they are governments, and they are taxpayers, they are companies. Investors have obviously a paramount interest in making sure that the parameters of the tax environment and the legal environment, where they put their money, are certain. The taxpayer has paramount interest to certainty, because they want to make the investors happy and they want to do the right thing. And governments, they do have obviously a paramount interest in the revenue, but also they have to discharge the accountability Duncan Wandbald was talking about yesterday, which is to make the community and the society thrive, and society thrives through investment. So certainty is certainly a very, very important point in the conversation. How do we make those interests not conflicting, but actually an opportunity for partnering, is where tax and transparency comes to place. Sorry, I need to get back one slide. Because transparency is certainly a concept that can be quite philosophical, right? What's transparency? What's transparent for me can be quite blurry for somebody else. So it's very important to make sure that we take a pragmatic approach to transparency. And actually, the OECD and other international bodies have talked about transparency very much, and have really tried to pinpoint what is transparency and how do we need to talk about that. Transparency is providing information for sure, not just downloading data, and it is about making sure that those information are understood and well kept by different stakeholders. And that's where our strategy on transparency comes into play with Anglo-American. We do a lot of collaborations. We are extremely transparent and open. You can find all tax information you want on our website. But we did something more. It's the 8th year this year that we publish our tax and economic contribution report, which we've been trying to improve as time went by, because we've been trying to align it to the group reporting. We've been trying to make the numbers better, and we've been trying to give more information to people, relevant information, real information, not just, again, downloading of data, just overwhelming people with numbers that basically are less informative than real information. and become relevant for whomever wants to actually look at one of the most important and most precise ESG indicators, if you think about it, because tax is something that we pay to a government, it's something auditable, it's something that gives you a number and really shows if you are a good corporate citizen or not, and if you are really trying to improve and make things better. And then some numbers. I will just flash through the slides. Hopefully you will go to our website and download the Tax and Economic Contribution Report. I swear it's an exciting reading as much as possible. Here I just wanted to show that we pay taxes in the right place, and that becomes very transparent and eloquent when you look at the numbers. We have assets, we have places where we pay tax. And if you look at the South Africa tax and economic contribution, of the almost $23 billion we pay all over the world, 10 billion were paid here in South Africa, or contributed, not paid. And then you have more of the same. This is another way we show the numbers, so the stakeholder, the value distributed to stakeholders, and then more on how many employees do we have, how much tax do we pay, how much tax do we collect, how much procurement do we foster, etc., etc. Just quickly concluding, and hopefully I didn't take too much longer than my time. Transparency is an asset. It is an asset for tax authorities, for governments, because you would learn from us. And learning from us means that you will build capability and you will build capacity to go after the bad guys. So please do look for taxpayers who are willing to share, willing to bring awareness and real information to the table. And it is an asset because if it is legislated, if it's properly regulated, it gives the chance to a true partnership on, again, a very important ESG metric, but also a very important walk the talk type of situation. This morning I was assisting to a panel where people were saying ESG matrices sometimes don't show what the company is actually really doing for the country.